That's weird. What in the fuck? Somebody sent me a donation on Streamlabs at 9 a.m. Why would they do that? And somebody sent me a donation an hour ago. That kind of makes a little bit of sense, but not really. That's weird.
Potat cat.
Oh.
Are you happy?
Oh my god. How much
Come
where
here, Nugget.
potato is?
We got you presents. One more.
Oh my god.
Are you happy?
Oh my god, that's a good potat cat. Thanks for the donation, Kevin Falcon. You're weird.
Can you react to this music video please? Feldy, excuses on YouTube.
Okay, maybe some things aren't perfect, but come on. It's not like everyone who eats meat is just heartless. And all that, right? It's part of
Done it, it's natural. 4, look at my K9 teeth. 5, I have to eat meat to survive. 6, this is the circle of life. 7, don't you know plants feel pain? 8, 9, 10, I don't get it. You motherfuckers come up with excuses when they pump their bodies up with pharmaceutics. They have found the factories where they abuse them, and as long as you pay, they'll continue to do that. So don't get me started with bullshit like food chain. They only shoot them so you can consume them. Without a doubt, you will die in the wild if I'm with the food chase. Taking my
I dig it. It's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Feldy.
Do your classic bicep flex and say, and as always keep making those praying to the Lord during this time of the year in order to ensure you have a prosperous and blessed 2025 through the benediction of the Lord gains.
I'm not gonna do that, but thanks for the donation, Tommy. Beta cuck, donate $2. Look at this cuck.
Valentina, what is up? How we doing?
Hi, Dr. John. Thank you for taking my call. I'm a big fan.
Thank you so much. I'm a fan of yours. How can I help?
Thanks. Well, I live in a sexless marriage for over 9 years, and I don't know what to do. I've gained weight. I'm a little depressed. I don't know what to do.
So sexless marriage, it's been sexless for 9 years, or y'all been married for 9 years and it's evolved into this?
We've been married for 9 years, and since we got married, his libido or his desire has decreased. He has been tested. His testosterone is low. Then we just recently tested, and it's high now. It's normal, but his desire isn't there.
Okay.
And it's hard for a woman to have a higher desire, or I guess maybe, I don't know if I'm the only woman that has this in America, but my husband has like zero desires. We have intimacy once every 2 months, once every month, once every 3 months. It's very difficult.
Yeah.
So, did she say she's overweight? That might be the reason. Like, if she's just unattractive, that could be a possible reason. Or the dude just, I don't know, has a really shitty libido, but... I mean, usually when you're talking about sexless marriages, like, it's just women not giving up their fucking vagina. Like, that's all it is. Or they've gotten fat and gross, and then dude doesn't want to have sex with them.
So you posed several questions there. So number one, no, actually it's a big secret, and it's a secret that weighs on the hearts of women, millions of women across the country. It weighs in the hearts and backs of millions of men across the country, is this idea of expected libido. Guys are, the cultural narrative is that guys are just these sex-craved lunatics that are always wanting to do it, and that's all they ever think about. And wives are prepped for this. Well, you know, he's just gonna, and then they get to this marriage with a set of mixed-matched expectations, and then things just go awry. So out of just sheer curiosity, what are the things you've tried over the last 9 years?
Well, I've tried role playing. I've bought very sexy lingerie. Even though I'm not into porn, and he was very into porn when we were dating, and then suddenly he took off all the porn out of the house when we were dating. Our sex life was awesome when we were dating, and then I've even suggested if that stimulates you, if you want to watch porn, we can try what they're doing, and it just, I don't know. We've even tried to set up a schedule, to see if, such days we can role play, and, we'll meet me at a bar, we'll go to a hotel, nothing.
And so, yeah, you've gotten to the point where you're trying to force feed it in there. Or just, you've gotten to a point where you're trying to make it happen. What does he say?
Yeah. He's very ashamed, and we had a huge fight a couple of days ago. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional.
No, of course.
And he just said that I have to deal with it, and it's difficult.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've been trying to have a baby, but like I told him, we need to try. If we're trying to have a baby, we haven't been able to conceive in 5 years, but we both need to do our part.
Right.
So I just feel lost. I feel very lonely.
Yeah.
I feel very alone, abandoned.
This is not adding up. So this guy's testosterone was low. Apparently he started taking TRT and it was normal again? What is this dude? Like, she's not saying something. There's something missing here. His libido was normal when they were dating. Then suddenly it goes away. Like, maybe low testosterone suddenly could explain that, but that's already been covered. She's not mentioning something. Like, she has to be... Something's missing. Like, either she's 350 pounds or something like that, or there's something weird, that's going on that she's not talking about. Like, ask her how much she weighs. That's what I want to know. The Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see. Like, the only explanation is she's a fucking whale. Like, if she's a fucking whale, it would make sense why this guy is completely unmotivated to have sex.
Hello there, it's me, Captain Stefan van der Hasgracht of the Amsterdam Police again. He's my partner, and also I'm very happy to say my lover, Ronald. Obviously, like in any big city, we are having our share of crime. Burglary was a very big problem here, but we are proud of the way we tackled it, because since we legalized burglary, there is no longer a problem. The only real problem of social disorder that remains here is, I'm very sorry to say, the English boys, who are drinking too much and fighting always with themselves. Ouch! Well, we take a very strict approach with these people, and are arresting them and taking them to the police station where they are put in the custody of the WPCs. That is the Women Prostitute Constables. And they are giving them some excellent hardcore sex and soft drugs, after which they become quite pleasant. So we are also giving them some tickets for Ajax matches. Evening all.
It sounds about right. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
And the fat woman of the acceptance movement wonder why men don't find them at CATF.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Now that you're single, will you more frequently go in King Kong mode?
what the fuck's going on, man? I'm at the Costco, and there's this retarded kid tweaking the fuck out, knocking all the TVs down. And I'm not trying to be racist, but he's doing it. He's making all these fucking monkey noises and screaming about how he's King Kong. Security, get the fuck up there. Stop this kid. He's out of control. Oh, there goes another one. Another shit. I need King Kong. I need King Kong. I need King Kong. King Kong, you're terrorizing. Who can save him? He's unstable.
I don't understand why nobody just takes these fucking people down. Well, no, I'm not gonna go King Kong mode, but thanks for the donation, retard. Fuck Trudeau donated $2 when I was at UFC in Toronto, everyone was chanting fuck Trudeau. Yeah, that's good.
It gonna be?
Oh, come on.
Oh, no, wait. Good luck.
That. More of these flags everywhere, please.
Good luck in 2025, because you're gonna need it. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Look nice on a pickup truck.
Oh.
Yeah, Trudeau's a fucking dickhead, fuckface, shit, ass bitch. Fuck Trudeau. I truly, truly despise that guy. Thanks for the donation, fuck Trudeau.
And emotionally, I've never, ever cheated on my husband. I've never wanted to do that, and I don't want to do that ever. I'm a Christian woman. I love my husband. I don't know what to do. And I sank into a little bit of depression. I feel I gained 20 pounds because of it. I don't know what to do.
So number one, I want to applaud you for reaching out and being vulnerable, okay? Thank you for...
Well, she said she gained weight after this issue. There's... I don't know why this guy doesn't just ask her what her weight is. Like, that's just the most obvious fucking thing. James donated $2, bruh. Let me see.
I'm trying to get away from my baby mama. If I like throw like an 8-ball into her car and she gets searched, like how long would she be away for?
Well, so criminal attempt is a criminal charge to try to booby trap somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'd get arrested.
Oh, I would, but
Yeah.
what if you didn't know about that though?
Well, I do now.
I'm trying to get away from my baby.
Alright, bruh.
I have absolutely no interest in having sex with my husband at all. And I'm kind of at a point where I don't really know what to do about it because I know, while I may not need it, I know he needs it. And it's getting very challenging for me because I'm just kind of in this, please don't touch me. I don't want to be touched. And I want to have sex.
Of course.
But I don't.
Yeah, it's called being a bitch. That's all that is. You're just a fucking cunt. And you should just do the right thing and remove yourself from his life so you stop causing him misery. Just fucking leave. Get a non-contested divorce. Stop being a fucking cunt. And stop dragging his fucking life down. That's all there is to it. It's easy. Get fucking lost.
Excellent. I imagine you're not telling a whole bunch of people that. Is that fair?
No, I think I've mentioned it to 2 girlfriends.
Okay.
One agreed with me and one was like, what are you talking about?
Okay, so number one, I want you to know you are absolutely not crazy. You're not alone, okay? And not alone to the tune of millions, okay? So you're not nuts.
This guy's a cuck. Like, just call this girl a worthless fucking bitch. Bro, like, women don't need to do anything when they have sex. You can lay there like a fucking starfish. It's not like you have a dick and you need to get hard and aroused. You can literally just fucking lay there. Like, what a fucking cunt. Like, imagine being that much of a fucking asshole bitch where you know your husband needs to have sex and you're, like, in this fucking committed marriage and shit, and then you don't even have the fucking decency, like at least once a week, to just let him dip it in. Even if you're not in the fucking mood. Get fucked. Like, just leave the guy alone. Get a non-contested fucking divorce. Don't take any of his money. Just fucking leave. You fucking selfish fucking asshole. What a bitch. Like, just... Why What is this guy doing? Like, well, holy shit. Okay, I'll watch that one next. Thanks for the donation, James.
For honoring me with your trust there, okay?
Thank you.
The second thing is trite as this sounds, this is more than likely not a Valentina issue, okay? And I want you to, I mean, high praise to you for giving it all you had and for really trying to work through if it was situational based, if it was desire based, if it was all due.
Vegan Gans $22 this nigga base question mark.
Explain how I've become vegan in 1 minute. I was generally interested in the topic, and then I saw a video of Canadian YouTuber Vegan Gains. He was really confrontative in his approach. He was insulting vegetarians for their hypocrisy, and as a vegetarian at that point, I realized I'm a hypocrite myself. So it was pretty obvious that I needed to change. I then informed myself about the horrific things happening in the animal industry, and then I realized, okay, it's especially a good thing that I decided to not continue with exploitation of animals. A little bit later I realized it's not enough to just be vegan. So when I watched a video of Gary Yourofsky in an interview in an Israeli TV show, I realized how easy it is to call out the hypocrisy and to be active for the animals.
Based. Glad I could convince a scumbag vegetarian to become vegan. And not be a scumbag anymore. What is this? The birth of Vince Potato, the true origin story. Oh yeah, I remember that. He does look like Mr. Potato Head. His head is literally the same shape as Mr. Potato Head. Dude, we gotta do this now.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. The reason for it.
There he is. It's exactly like Mr. Potato Head. Perfect. Union at Whole Foods. Restricted video. Well, thanks for the donation, Vegan Gans. Much love, VG. Well, thank you, Kenny.
Good God, those incels online were right about woman these days. After all, I can't believe him saying this, but woman had more common sense back in the old days.
No, the incels are definitely wrong about women. They're just retarded beta losers, but there's just a lot of stupid, crazy fucking women. There just are. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I must say I'll be intrigued to see a video uploaded by Jasmine Gaines titled, "The Truth, What's It's Like to Live with Vegan Gains." It'll be an interesting expose. If she does this, will you make a rebuttal?
Depends on what she says in the video. If it's really retarded shit, and people are kind of buying it, then maybe. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
Fantasy-based, whatever it happens to be.
Nibble Clamps, $22. React to this. Let me see.
I don't know if any of you guys have heard about the CEO assassin. Yeah, this guy's picture went viral, and so did the video online. And a lot of people had like thoughts about it. And you know, as you can imagine, like people on the left were pretty thrilled about this event. But something I've noticed, just looking at like the discourse online, is how much simping gets given to this guy by women. Biting a lip emoji. Does he still need?
Well, dude, women love fucking serial killers. They get turned on by psychopaths and serial killers and shit. And not only that, this guy is like pretty good looking and shares like their political beliefs. So yeah, no shit. Bro, women were simping for the fucking Night Stalker. That fucking crazy dude, Richard Ramirez. Women were going nuts for this guy. He murdered, I don't know how many fucking people. It was like a dozen fucking people in California. Just going neighborhood to neighborhood, fucking executing people with his little .22 caliber revolver. This guy was a complete maniac. And women were simping for this dude. So yeah, you got a guy like Luigi Mangione who's better looking than that guy. And it was like a righteous killing, so yeah.
Need a place to stay. 25,000 likes on that comment. What's murder? Hope he's safe. Oh my god, is he still on the streets? We listen and we don't judge. Teary eye emoji. God, that smile. This guy is a good looking dude. Like, he's got like a wide palate, he's got very straight teeth, he's got thick eyebrows, he's lean, it looks like he's got a good jawline too. All of these factors, and plus like there's like political motivation, is why there's so much simping for this guy. Mama, I'm in.
Women are just into women are just into murderers, serial killers, shit like that, period. Even if the guy was kind of ugly and shit. Like, you can look at Death Row, dude. There are dudes on Death Row who are not very good looking, overweight, you know, bald and all this shit. And they actually have pretty attractive girlfriends. Dudes who are in fucking Death Row. And, like, these chicks meet up with them every month for conjugal visits and shit. So yeah, chicks are just into fucking killers.
I'm in love with a criminal. Like, it's all over the place. Like, anytime you look at like a tweet or a video about this guy is getting so many.
I had a date that rejected me for driving safely. Well, were you driving like a grandma? Because if you're driving like a grandma, yeah, that would be a huge fucking turnoff for chicks. Craziest fucking story I've ever heard was from a friend of mine in a Call of Duty clan that I have. He lived in Arizona. He met this chick in a dentist's office, and he asked her out on a date, and it was going like really bland. She wasn't showing much interest, and he asked her like, what's up? Like, you went on the date with me, but now you seem like really uninterested in everything. And she said, well, I was sitting in the dentist's office with you and no one was there and you didn't even try to rape me. And he's like, what? And she's like, yeah, I kind of wanted to give you a chance this night, but, I just kept thinking about that dentist's office and you didn't even try to rape me. So it's like, do you even find me attractive? She wanted him to rape her in the fucking dentist's office. I've never heard of anything so fucking crazy in my life. Oh wait.
It's so strange. I am seeing the connection between humans and apes come into play.
Well, yeah, we are chimpanzees, basically. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bootycum donated $2, let me see. Yeah, there I am. Fucking hate that cunt. Alright, thank you for that booty cam. Appreciate it. That's not a fake story. They're fucking crazy chicks. I knew a fucking girl who had a fantasy of getting drugged and raped. And she got some medication where apparently if you take the right dose, it paralyzes you, so you can't move, but you're fully conscious. And she wanted me to have sex with her after she took this drug where she can't move and, can't resist or do anything, but she'll still be awake. And I kind of wanted to do it, but I ended up not doing it. Primarily because I was worried if she's crazy or something and she takes this drug, I start having sex with her where she can't move and then we finish and everything. She could record it secretly or just tell the police what happened and say, this guy drugged me and raped me. And then they could do some, I had no idea if she was trying to set something up like that. So I ended up not going through with it. Advice, donate $2. Is this good advice?
There's a lot of guys, I would say, that are kind of subscribing to a philosophy of hating women, being very, very scared of marriage and long-term relationships, right? I mean, some of these things obviously are justified, but I think it's a shame. And then there's a lot of guys that are just so hung up on women and this whole thing. What's your kind of take on all of this and in terms of being a man and obviously you've got a family, you're married, you have kids. What do you think about kind of what's being taught to young men today?
I think in this particular space, there's a lot of victimhood mentality where men are the victims and everybody and everything is out to get us and all women are bitches and society is horrible. And that typically comes from individuals who have been hurt and wounded in the past and haven't figured out how to deal with it like a mature individual. And so instead of dealing with it, what they'll do is they'll broadly apply isolated incidents to entire people or groups of people, like all women are bitches, right? That's things you hear, like all women are.
Well, if you look at the top red pill podcaster dipshits, Myron and shit, they go way too far with some of their stupid nonsense. Some of what they say has a level of truth to it, but they take it from women have a certain nature and a certain way of doing things where they'll act up or start acting like children and stuff, and this is how you deal with it. To, yeah, all women are stupid, dumb, retarded fucking whores, and, like, yeah, they take it way too fucking far.
Or gold diggers. All women are out to get you. You know, like, I haven't experienced that. My mother, as I was growing up and she was raising me, didn't seem to exhibit any of that behavior. My wife certainly hasn't exhibited any of that behavior. You know, and there's other women in my life that I really admire and respect who don't behave and act like that. Now, I'm not saying that you should be reckless. In fact, when it comes to marriage, that's a very important thing. And I often talk with a lot of men about, hey, slow it down. Look for red flags. You know, don't be thinking with your dick. Like, think about how this is actually going to impact the rest of your life. Don't rush into this. Be smart. If red flags pop up, talk about them, address them. If they don't go away, maybe you do need to step back.
Right.
But if you've done your due diligence, I think partnering with a woman is a very, very powerful thing. It's radically transformed my life. And a lot of guys will say, well, you know, Ryan, I don't need a piece of paper. That's what they'll say. I don't need a piece of paper to tell me that I'm committed. No, you don't. But I do think there is power in having a ceremony that actually signifies what it is you've committed to.
Okay, this guy is a fucking retarded ass beta simp, and he is completely and utterly full of shit. Here's the reality, and this isn't just about relationships, this is about fucking everything. This is an all-encompassing principle. There is no advantage to being weak and having less power. There is no situation you could possibly be in where being weaker, having a disadvantage, being less powerful is going to be a benefit to you. So every situation you're in, you need to have the most power, most strength, most control you possibly can to benefit yourself the most. So if you're going into a relationship where a woman can sink her fucking claws into you, you have this fucking marriage where she can steal your fucking money, she can steal your house, you know, she can fuck your life up in stupid ways, she can make it very difficult to fucking separate. How the fuck does a marriage benefit you? Like, the huge amount of power and advantage that you'll have over a woman in a relationship is being able to fucking leave. Because this is the dynamic. Women are the gatekeepers for sex. Like, unless you're a rapist, I guess, but, you know, we're not going there. So women are the gatekeepers of sex. They're the ones who ultimately decide whether or not you're fucking. Men are the gatekeepers for a relationship. You're the one who ultimately decides whether or not this is a relationship and whether you're, you know, going to be committed. So if you can gatekeep that and tell a bitch, look, if we're not fucking, then we're through. If you don't clean, we're through. If you don't do this or that for me, we're through. If you don't meet certain obligations for me, we're through. That will give you more strength and power in the fucking relationship to lay the law, set the terms, benefit you the most. If you're in a fucking marriage where you have to go through some stupid fucking legal process, you have to deal with fucking lawyers, she can take your fucking money, she can take your car, your house, whatever, your property. Well, now you can't gatekeep a relationship. She's sunk her fucking claws into you. Like, she can set the fucking terms, right? So this is just fucking stupid. This guy is literally telling you to give up your power as a fucking man, throw that away, and take this huge fucking risk on a marriage for no fucking reason. Why would you give up your power in a relationship by getting fucking married? It makes no sense. It is fucking stupid. So this guy is just a beta male fucking cuck, dude.
Right? We're not going to do away with those traditions because that's what makes it real. That's what makes it tangible. That's what makes it important. And if you if you do away with those things, then I think you're probably more likely to take it less serious. I take my marriage very seriously because I made a commitment.
Okay, the people telling me I'm wrong in chat, I don't know if you're just trolling or making a joke. if anybody disagrees with me here, just ask. I'll open up the fucking Discord and we can debate this. You're fucking retarded if you think it's a good idea to get into a marriage as a man. It's just not. It's stupid. Like, I'm right, you're wrong. The reality is, you need as much power as you possibly can have in a relationship so it goes your way. Like, why would you want it? I just don't understand.
To her. And so I think that that's been a very powerful thing. You know, if you have some different thoughts, you know, I can certainly understand that, but let's not be perpetual victims.
Right.
And let's not just assume that because we had a bad experience. Women do this too. You know, a woman who might be physically or emotionally or even sexually abused may attribute that behavior to all men.
Right.
I understand that. That would be a scary thing to deal with. And as a defense mechanism.
Yeah, this guy's a fucking beta. This guy is literally saying, get married because marriage. Like, fucking idiot. Moron. Absolute idiot. Worst fucking thing you can do as a man is make a girl think that no matter what, you're committed to her. No matter what fucking happens, you know, we agreed to get married. I'm absolutely committed to you through thick or thin, whether you gain like fucking 200 pounds, if you get fat and disgusting and ugly as fuck, if you're like a psycho fucking bitch who doesn't let me watch porn and never gives up the pussy, if you cheat on me, I'm always going to stay with you because I'm committed. Why would you do that? Like, that is just so fucking stupid. Again, you want to gatekeep the relationship, and the gatekeep is, I'll still be with you so long as you follow these rules. Because as men are desperate for sex, women are desperate for relationships. So they can hold sex over your head and try to play that fucking game where, okay, if we don't get this, then I'm not having sex with you. Like, they can play that game. You can play that game with a relationship. Like, okay, well, if we're not banging, I'm out of here. I'm going to find some other chick who's, you know, going to give me the pussy. Oh, you're not cooking and cleaning? Okay, well, I'll find some other fucking bitch who will do that for me. Like, that's what you want to have. And when you get married and have this fucking commitment bullshit, well, then that's all out the window. You don't have that leverage. She has all the fucking leverage over you and more. Like again, she can make your life a living fucking hell. Alimony, fucking take half your shit, take whatever property you have. Like, it's fucking retarded.
Please have your next wife be one of your own kind.
Well, I ain't never getting married again, but thanks for the donation, Blingo.
Fun fact: monkeys will sometimes kill offspring of a female if they refuse to mate. Ironic, isn't it?
I knew that there's a lot of primates where the dominant male will kill the children of a competing male. I know that. I didn't know that they would actually kill a female's offspring if they refuse to have sex. I didn't know that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Limp Biscuit donated $2. Master Gains, I get the same thing. I totally lose my sex drive when I am with the same girl for a while. It just gets boring and I would rather watch porn and do it myself. Then, you know, just regularly switch girlfriends, or do that until you find a chick who doesn't get boring for you. Thanks for the donation, though, Limp Biscuit. Nibble Clamps donated $2. Finish my video. You are in for a dose of mega cringe.
I don't know if any of you guys have heard about the...
Okay, is this guy gonna go like simp mode or something? Alright, we'll finish watching that. Thanks for the donation, Nipple Clamps. Progies donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. How is he so round and chunky? Oh my god, I've never seen such a big, round, chunky goat before. Oh, this is my spirit animal. Oh my god, look at his big, chunky, like, belly just waddling around. Oh my god. That is a nice, sweet, chunky goat. Oh my god, I love that goat. Look at him. Oh my god, he's so round. Oh. Oh. It's a nice, round, orange kitty.
Alright.
Oh.
What do you want?
Pet him.
Oh my god, you're cute.
Rub him.
Hi.
Aw, what a sweet kitty. So nice and round and orange.
Excuse me, Buck? Hey, hi. Can you stop eating my holiday arrangement? You back off, buddy. Okay, Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. No, no. Stop. No.
Oh my god. Aw, what a sweet deer. That's cute. Oh. Oh my god. Look at those sweet little sheep. Oh, so nice and fuzzy. Oh my god. Look at him bouncing around. Oh, so nice. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, so poofy. Oh my goodness. I really love sheep. I met a sheep at a sanctuary once. And they're really nice and sweet. The sheep came up and said hi to me and I was petting them and they really liked being petted. A lot of animals are a lot like fucking dogs, but then we just treat them like fucking shit. It's crazy. Thanks for the donation, Pierogies.
Emma Watson gets hotter and hotter in the Harry Potter movies. If you watch it in reverse.
Well, you might not want to say that publicly. Thanks for the donation, Creep.
Regarding your relationship with Jasmine, is there any advice you would give to your younger self that you wish you knew back in your early 20s?
Yeah. Don't bother getting married and just do mushrooms until your brain is fixed. That's probably what I'd do. Thanks for the donation, Megan. Best vid ever. Donated $2. Let me see. My wife asked for an open. We're not done with the other video, so we'll react to that later. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Were the Turo truck bomber guys terrorists? You're way better off without her.
Turo truck bomber. Oh, is this the Trump guy? Matthew Livsberger, an army soldier from Colorado. FBI investigating if the explosion was terrorism. The driver inside the Cybertruck died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound immediately prior to the explosion. Police did not identify any devices that would have been used to ignite the explosion in the truck and are unsure at this time how it ignited. He probably just used like a over-the-counter lighter and just shot himself before the fuse went off. Probably just a crazy guy who was depressed and didn't like Trump or something and just decided to go out with a bang, if I had to guess. I don't know if you'd call that terrorism, but it sounds to me like this guy didn't really have a big political motive here. He was probably just some depressed loser who joined the army because he had nothing better to do, hated his life and hated Trump, so he figured, well, I'll just, get a Cybertruck and blow myself up or something. Thanks for the donation, best vid ever. Or sorry, not best vid ever, Cowboy Bebop.
Can you please update us on any new OnlyFans videos? I'll pay $20 if you fuck hot cosplayers and delete any videos you did with Bill Gates.
I don't have any videos of Jasmine on my OnlyFans. Not entirely sure. If I'm dating a chick that does OnlyFans, then maybe I'd end up doing something like that. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Marriage is useful for women today when their trad hubby wants kids. Why would you be a stay-at-home mom type shit without any form of security? In that sense it can be used to negotiate their security. Otherwise, yeah, for dudes it's just a liability.
Yeah, men should never get married. It's fucking stupid. It's just absolute retardation. For women it makes sense, but yeah, for dudes it's fucking stupid. And a lot of the time, for women who are actually rich, it doesn't make sense. Because there's been a lot of situations where women have had to pay alimony and shit. I think Holly Berry, she got married to a guy who, by all accounts, is a brokey. I think she had to give him like $4.5 million fucking dollars in the divorce. There was a chick on some red pillar podcast who ended up marrying a guy. She was rich, and she ended up having to give him a fuck ton of money in the divorce. I think she had to give him like $800,000 or $1.2 million, somewhere around there. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Would you date Rafaela, aka the Militant Vegan? You could make OnlyFans content with her.
Well, she has a boyfriend. If she didn't have a boyfriend, and I don't know if it were possible to date her, I would go out with her. I don't know if it would lead anywhere. I don't feel any kind of romantic sparkle when I talk to her, though. So I don't think we really have any chemistry. Thanks for the donation, though, Noah.
POV Richard starts his winter arc after leaving Jasmine.
He's hooking. He's hooking. Damn, Rod, come on! What's the matter with you? There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
Gotta be on that alpha male grind set. Thanks for the donation, Red Pill Gains. I'm really leaning... I keep going back and forth, but I'm starting to lean again towards taking steroids. I don't know, might as well, Garbage videos, donate $2. Enjoy this shit.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we...
Yeah, I definitely don't. Huh. That's good. Wow, Muslims are fucking beta.
What did you say?
Why would I want to be with a bum?
How come no man in this room has ever said that about a girl they dated? Because you're all gold-digging skanks. We're romantic. We'll take a bum McDonald's worker. You couldn't do that. No woman's ever done that. You guys date up, we date down. That means every ex-boyfriend you've had was better than you. That's why you let him hit it. Because you guys date up. So you fucked up a lot. Could you marry a Burger King employee?
I won't do that.
Could any girl here do it? Has any girl in history ever done it? You're all dirty gold diggers. How come the men here don't mind if she's a bum? Because we're the romantic gender and you guys are of the devil. That again?
He's kind of right, but he's also being ridiculous. Like, yeah, but sort of true. The way he put it was hilarious. Thanks for the donation, garbage videos.
Including sheep, since we slug them from both their meat and hide.
Yeah, that's true, unfortunately. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Nice job with the marriage, VG. You stretched that poor Belgian lady's pussy so wide she'll be moonlighting as a sailboat with those labia folds. What gives you the right to taint that sugar box with your dirty Negro poop dick? Purple-tipped turd cockboy.
Well, she wanted it. Thanks for the donation, keep Brown out of my town. Vegan Bitcoiner donated $2. Wait, did you and Jasmine split up? Yeah. And also, yeah, I agree with that. What you're saying about marriage. My mom is divorcing my dad right now. It is pretty much guaranteed to happen. If your wife finds better, she can always upgrade. Hoes ain't loyal. That's usually like 99% of the time not why women break up. Sure as fuck wasn't the reason she broke up with me. Otherwise I wouldn't have had to, you know, help her pay her rent for the first fucking month in the new place she's getting. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Bitcoiner.
This shit is wild to me but makes a lot of sense. Also, do you know if this second one is real? I'd have no clue how to research it.
Let me take a look.
And this general is telling me about, I saw something really touching today. We had this female officer, and she was killed. Her legs were blown off by an IED, and her husband was there. You know, they've got 3 kids back in Virginia, but he held her hand as she died. This ultimate sacrifice for America, and I was like, what? You're like celebrating this? A girl got killed? A mother? I thought we fought wars to protect mothers and children. First of all, if you're sending girls to fight your wars, you're disgusting.
This is just idiotic, dude. If there are not enough able-bodied men in your country to serve in the military, and women are willing to voluntarily fill some of these roles, what's the issue? And on top of that, like, there's plenty of militaries that have women in service. Like, Israel is an example of this. Women do have to, there's it's not a draft. It's, what do you call it? There's mandatory military service in Israel, and women have to do it too. And I think there's different physical standards and shit for women, and the way they assign your role is also going to be a bit different. But there are women in infantry in Israel. There's also an all-female tank battalion. So Tucker's just a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Because you're violating the most basic agreement there is, which is the man protects. And in exchange for that, the willingness to sacrifice his life, he gets to be revered as a man and sit at the head of the table, and all the benefits of being a man, and there are many. But if you're sending,
will bear your children,
100%.
Yeah.
If you're sending women to protect you, if there's a home invasion at your house at 3 a.m, and you're like, honey, I dealt with.
Tucker, you realize, like, guns exist, right? I don't know how many fucking videos I've seen online where women shoot a home invader. I don't know why you have to be a man to shoot somebody. Like, it's pretty easy. As long as you can pull a trigger, and a trigger only has, like, what, on average, 4 pounds of fucking pressure? Yeah, a woman can do this. If they can do this, they can do this. So, yeah, you don't have to be a man to shoot a fucking home invader.
With the last one, go defend us. I hope that she leaves you, and she
Yeah.
will, by the way.
Yes.
So if you're sending women...
Yeah, Tucker's a fucking moron. A fucking dumbass. Let's see, what is this? New political strategy just dropped.
万来紧紧抱着资料不放手，还一度跌在椅子上，两人来回拉扯，最后果果文使尽全力抢下文件，以开
Taiwanese parliament member reportedly
比
stole...
美式足球员的速度冲出一。万来
I've seen stuff like that happen. I don't know if that's real or not, but it's believable. I've seen shit like that happen. Thanks for the donation, yo. Has your opinion changed over red pill content now that you're getting divorced? No. But yeah, like, my opinion on marriage is still the same. It's stupid. Bootycam donated $2. Do steroids later, do edibles now or tomorrow, no bitching, no moaning. Well, I did edibles today. I just took 2.5 milligrams before stream, and I took 2.5 milligrams earlier. Just because of the, you know, ball pain. But thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
I know you hate Cranky Vegan, but please react to his IG post on New Year's for just a minute because it gets super cringe when he mentions you know what.
This is gonna be fucking gay.
4 is coming to a close. 2025 is on our doorstep. But at the end of the day, January 1st is just another day for all those that will wake up in cages and in tanks, on farms and laboratories, in circuses and aquariums. But also for all those that are incarcerated in prison systems. For those that are resisting and living on the front lines of the climate crisis, on the front lines of homophobia and transphobia, of racism and the patriarchy. For all
Gay, oh, here we go.
those that are wondering if today's the day a bomb will be dropped on them
Yeah, this guy's a fucking anti-Semitic dipshit.
while they sleep, for simply existing in a world that doesn't want them around. January 1st is just another day where they all don't know if
This guy is an anti-Semite.
they will live or die. We live in a tragically
What a dipshit. Fucking hate that guy. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
Take steroids, you black ass fag, that way you can finally look like a human nipple clamp by the name of Mr. Pimple. The old guys took Dianabol and Primabol, and are they good? If I take roids I don't want my balls to shrink? Are they all testosterone derivative?
The 3 basic types of steroids are testosterone derivatives, dihydrotestosterone derivatives, and nandrolone. So not all of them are derived from testosterone. You're probably going to get testicular atrophy if you take steroids, probably. Depends, like, to what degree. It varies for everybody, but there's a fertility drug that you can take while on gear, and that can prevent it. I can't remember the name right now. Thanks for the donation, though, Nipple Clamps.
Fun fact: Gal Gadot is an ex-Israeli military soldier.
Well, yeah, she's an Israeli citizen, and there's mandatory military service. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. She's based on Israel. Ben Boy donating $2. Beavis and Butthead is the best TV series of all time. It was pretty good. I really liked it back in the day. I got really fucking pissed off at my mom because she didn't want me to watch that show. I got really fucking pissed. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
When I follow pretty girls home, for some reason I get in trouble with the police. All I'm trying to do is make sure they get home safe. I'm a really nice guy, I don't know why they don't see it.
Well, just keep telling the police that. And don't let them see you taking photos of these girls when they're in the shower. And you might be able to just keep getting away with it. Thanks for the donation, Hentai Lover. Grey Knight donated $2. Why not take peptides instead? Well, peptides don't really give you that kind of performance enhancement. Lately, I don't know why. Could be for a number of reasons, but I just feel like I'm falling apart. It might just be from the stress of dieting and all that shit, and I'm still recovering from it, but every fucking time I try to get back to training, I, like, snap my shit up. I really fucked up my fucking elbow. The last push session I did, it felt fine when I was training, but then the next, no, it was a few hours later, just felt absolutely fucked, and it feels like my elbow is, like, separating if I hold anything heavy in my hand. The week before, I fucking pulled my trap, and, like, just every fucking time. So, yeah, I'll try taking some healing peptides. Like, I'll try TB500 again. I might try something a little more extreme. Some, like, growth hormone promoting peptide or something. But if that's not doing it, I might just try getting a TRT script. See if that does anything. Like, I can't fucking live like this. It's fucking annoying. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. 21st Savage donated $2. Took edibles earlier for the ball pain. Yeah, sure, the ball pain. You're an emotional wreck after. Fat Jasmine left you. You should be ashamed she left you, not the other way around, even though you're acting like it was your choice, absolute clown. Okay, well, thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
Did you know that some states banned Beavis and Butthead because it was believed they were promoting violence? Probably it has to do with that one episode where Beavis slices finger off in shop class. Lol, and that was my favorite episode.
I didn't know that. I didn't even know that they could possibly do that. Weird. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
I never thought I would say this, but gay sex is actually not half bad. I would recommend it. According to the guys I've been with, I'm what's known as a throat goat.
Well, I don't know if I'm gonna try it, but thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
Apparently it's not the same guy. Yeah, he has a different jacket and backpack. Okay, well, whether or not, like, this is the same guy or not, so, like, I haven't kept up to date with the story. The thing here is unbelievable. And the funniest thing is, there are guys kind of, like, piggybacking off this guy's positive attention, thinking it's going to work out for them. Like, look at this dude. If I got any, now the CEO assassin has so many women simping for him is because he genuinely does look good. Like, he's like, maybe Chad Light, right?
Well, he looks good, and he killed somebody. Women find it hot when you kill people.
This guy ain't that. You ain't that guy, pal. He's trying to... he thinks he's him. You're not him, man. It's funny. Like, you know there's going to be so many, like, male feminist types that are going to try and, like, emulate the CEO assassin, and it's just not going to work. Like, you're missing the point. It's not the fact that he's, you know, he's, like, a violent guy. Although that might be part of it. Like, there is quite a lot of women that, you know, they do have a preference for dark triad guys, but it's dark triad guys that are physically attractive, right? Like, that's kind of the unifying factor.
What new projects are you thinking about now that you have more freedom?
Oh, nothing in particular. You know. I might be able to do a fair bit more traveling and new interesting things in the summer, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure yet. Thanks for the donation, Cowboy Bebop.
To these women why these women find that guy attractive. She's not going to let you even touch the little boy. Like, yeah, this guy thinks, you know what he's up to. You know what this guy's up to. He thinks he's in it. He's forcing the smile.
Have you ever won anything in your life? Huh? Have you ever won a contest?
Oh, geez. He confused these two. Like, okay, whatever you think of the CEO assassin, his testosterone is 10 times higher than this guy's. Gummy ass smile, too. You know what would be funny? If, because that guy hasn't been caught yet, wouldn't it be funny if he turned up to this? And, like, nobody would assume it would be.
It sounds like you've put in the effort and the love and the care, and you've tried to really do your part there. And I
John Money donated $2. John.
Hold up, then you want to.
This was John Money's experiment.
No, I mean, it's just like
John had him castrated and then tried to reassign him as a female. He would later perish from an overdose.
It became evident to me this wasn't working at all. I would go. Hold up, then you.
Matt Walsh talks about where these ideas come from, and so he digs into two guys, Alfred Kinsey and John Money.
You haven't been considering suicide since she broke up or y'all broke up, right? What happened between you, although I doubt I'm the first to ask? And how's your mental health handling it? I'm scared.
No, I'm not suicidal, feel great. So, yeah, not gonna kill myself. We just weren't getting along. Like, I'm not gonna talk about any specific details, you know, publicly. So, we just decided to end it because we just weren't working romantically. Simple as that. Thanks for the donation, though, yo.
And I'll show you a little clip right now of that kind of discussion.
Kinsey would be very happy with our culture today. His idea was that children are sexual from birth, that we're all inherently sexual creatures from cradle to grave. He believed that true happiness is found in a life of perverse sexual experimentation. John Money was a psychologist and professor at Johns Hopkins University. Gender ideology was his brainchild. In fact, he coined the terms gender identity and gender roles. And according to Money, babies are gender neutral at birth. And ultimately, environment determines whether a person is a man or a woman.
All right, so I want to take some time right now to kind of discuss this stuff with you guys of who these gentlemen are, because I think it's very helpful. So John Money and Alfred Kinsey are central figures in our modern conversation on the supposed malleability of biology. Kinsey is a well-known sexual deviant, so I don't want to focus on him. In fact, I want to do the more fair thing. I want to focus on the guy who is more well-reputed of the two. So I want to focus on John William Money.
None of this has anything to do with whether or not gender transitioning is good for people with gender dysphoria. So I'm familiar with a story where they basically tried to force a kid to transition. None of that has anything to do with somebody diagnosed with gender dysphoria who wants to transition. This was a kid who was forced to transition when he didn't have any gender dysphoria. 21st Savage, $20. Now who's going to clean the dishes, take out the garbage, clean the bathroom, clean the house, get your cherry Diet Coke? Well, I was the one doing all that shit before, so yeah, nothing's changed. I just eliminated some dead weight from my life. You're so goddamn lazy, guarantee your house is a mess right now because Fat Jasmine left and she was doing everything. She wasn't doing shit. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
If I were to ever do a Luigi, I would probably go after Tyson Foods CEO. Is that a good idea?
Well, I can't give you any advice on that topic publicly. But life is a game, and we play it as we will. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Money. So John Money was born in 1921, he died in 2006, and he was a New Zealand psychologist. He was a sexologist and an author known for his research into sexual identity and the biology of gender. So Money found his magnum opus when he ran into the Reimer twins, two boys that were brought to him. So Bruce Reimer was a young boy who recently went through a freak accident during his circumcision, and his penis was almost entirely burnt off. When the Reimers experienced this, they were frantic and desperate.
What the fuck is dihydrotestosterone? What's the difference? What steroids should I take if I want to look like one of the old school bodybuilders? Tom Platz says he only took Deca and Winstrol to begin with. I really don't want to be on TRT post-cycle.
Dihydrotestosterone is a molecule that's created from testosterone in your body. It goes through a process of 5-alpha reduction. It doesn't have much actual biological use when you're an adult, but it's very important through puberty. So, yeah, they've created steroids that are based off of the dihydrotestosterone molecule. Which steroid should I take if I want to look like one of the old school bodybuilders? Well, they were all taking, like Dianabol pretty much. So, like Schwarzenegger, I don't know if he actually took testosterone, but I know he took a lot of Dianabol. I wouldn't recommend doing that because it's not particularly good for your liver and kidneys. I would just stick with testosterone. It's an injectable. It's relatively safe. It's something that your body already produces, and it's pretty easy to manage side effects. So you might get a bit of an increase in blood pressure, but again, you can like take blood pressure meds. It does cause an increase in red blood cell count and platelet aggregation, but again, you can just draw blood for that. And it's just not particularly toxic. And if you were to just double your testosterone, you'd probably be like perfectly happy with the results you get from that. So I generally recommend, if you want to do some amount of performance enhancement, like just take testosterone. I wouldn't really fuck around with any orals because a lot of them are fake. Like if you try to get something like Anavar, it's always faked with like D-ball or Winstrol, and it's usually just D-ball. So they're easier to fake. They're usually harder to produce. They're harder on your kidneys. They also have like generally more side effects like high blood pressure, kidney damage, liver damage. So I would just stick with testosterone if you're gonna try to hop on gear, and just try doubling your testosterone, see what happens, and you'll probably be perfectly happy with those results. But, you know, if you want to do more, you can always, you know, do more and try different compounds. But, you know, why not just increase what your body already produces? Thanks for the donation, though, Nipple Clamps. Happy New Year. I recently went through a breakup 6 years together as well. At first I thought it was terrible, but now I'm thriving, especially financially. Yeah, women can be a huge black hole for money. Well, it's nice you're doing well. Anal donated $2. Would you do anal with a trans woman?
Today we're going to present a salvage.
I'm not gonna watch that. Man, I wouldn't be opposed to it, bruh. Let me see.
My name is Leo Sell, and my pronouns are they, them, their.
My name is Sophia Stanford, pronouns she, her.
I'm Gray, and my preferred pronouns are he, him.
Robin Kanawar-Haza, and I use feminine pronouns, so she, her, hers.
My name is Luke Jude, and I prefer he, him pronouns.
My name is Chloe Flora. My preferred pronouns are she or they.
99% of the time when I go to the doctor, I'm anxious and nervous.
Even though insurance and driver's license and everything says female, you really don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I don't think I know any trans person that went through the medical system and had a nice time with it. And not in this country.
I haven't gone to the dentist in 4 or 5 years because it's just such an uncomfortable experience.
I know people who, if they sprain their ankle, will just wrap it up and put some ice on it rather than going to the ER and having an x-ray done because it's just not worth the stress.
I've had a history of urinary tract infections. It was pretty commonplace for me, and I went to the urgent care, and the physician on staff that I was dealing with kept telling me over and over how atypical it was for a man to be having a series of urinary tract infections. I tried to interrupt him and say, I understand, I've been through a gender transition, so my anatomy is probably not what you expect it to be. And he kept stopping me. He wouldn't let me complete and assuring me that he did understand. And he said, I think I would like to take a look. So I pulled down my pants, and it wasn't at all what he expected. And he was immediately apologetic. He said, oh, you don't have, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize. I said, I know, we tried to tell you.
I initially knew I identified and felt female around 5 years old when this was caught out by my family member who was the director of mental health for the state that I lived in, essentially required forced correction, like invasive hypnotherapy, corrective assignment and orientation to gender roles, other things to help masculinize and or reprogram the viewpoint of the world to the child. If I had to be this way, I'm going to walk in front of a car and I'm going to reset it and try over. That's what I thought when I was 6.
I had a bunch of different symptoms tied to sleep, tied to appetite, weight gain, mood that had sort of increased in severity over a year. And one of the things that my doctor told me to do was check myself into a hospital next time I had my round of symptoms. So I checked into a hospital, and even just within the check-in process, I was misgendered. I finally spoke to the doctor, and he came in and was speaking to me as if I was a 13-year-old girl. And all of my symptoms were surrounding hormones. And when I started talking about hormones, this doctor in the hospital actually looked at me and said, oh, what do hormones do? I didn't think hormones did anything. And
yeah, that sounds like a typical doctor. They don't know shit. Well, that's fucked up. Thanks for the donation, Anal.
If you get 2 hot vegan cosplayers, preferably in their late teens/early 20s, and have them cosplay as girls from Dragon Ball or Berserk, and have them badmouth Jasmine while you fuck them, I'll donate $1,000 on OnlyFans.
Alright, I'll try to make that happen for you. Thanks for the donation, Gunner. Dodo $22. This is basically every national tragedy you have Republicans blaming Biden. Some guy tweeted I-85 is closed due to a bomb threat. Then I asked, where's our president? What a stupid fucking thing to say. Should he be out there directing traffic? What exactly should his involvement be at this point in time? Yeah, well, people are dumbasses. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Grey Knight donated $2. Even the PA knows about AJ Law. Palestinian Authority suspends Al Jazeera in latest blow to channel. The authority's official news media accused the Qatar-backed broadcaster of inciting sedition and interfering in internal Palestinian affairs, though it did not provide detailed examples of law breaking. Yeah. They've probably, well, I know for sure they have promoted acts of terrorism. They're also suspected of aiding and abetting terror. Well, it's been proven now. Like, they found the fucking terrorists in Al Jazeera reporter's home. There was that raid in the West Bank where they were looking for, they arrested a bunch of people, and they were also looking for evidence of, like, conspiracy and shit. They were helping Hamas. So, yeah, like, we all know what the fuck's going on. Crime against journalism. Gaza journalist decry PA's Al Jazeera ban. Yeah, sure. You fuckers are all lying, dirty terrorist scum. Like, if the Palestinian Authority is telling them to go fuck themselves, what does it say about them, Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Welcome to my upbringing.
Yeah, man, we were listening to that, you daft cow. Piss off, gobshites! This will be your fat swat. Eat lead, bitch!
Oi! Don't shoot your mum!
Why the f***? Don't shoot your mum, you f***ing old puff.
Shut it, spunk brain, I'll f***ing drill you!
Right! What do you ass bandits want for breakfast?
Drugs!
Drugs on toast, woman!
Hot drugs in a bowl with milk and sugar. You got any horse tranquilizer? Stop. We all want drugs.
Aye. It's my filthy ass. I've had the lot of
Oh,
the wires.
that's good. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Do these trans people are mentally ill crying victim? You will come around eventually.
No, I don't think so, but thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Brother, I understand you are getting this weight of your chest in a unique way, but you are sounding a little unhinged with regards to your newfound attitude toward Jasmine. You smoked copium for years and suddenly you say it was a no-brainer.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Was Jasmine transitioning or not? I heard rumors she was going to non-binary. BTW, watch this video, sad, this.
When this mom saw
No, she wasn't transitioning.
a bunch of chickens in the back of a truck, she was so happy. Until the end of the video.
Babe, look at all the chickens. They're looking at me. They're gonna go to the nicest farm ever, I bet, and have a nice time. No, Tyson!
What a fucking cunt. Watch this.
He's never made more than $12 an hour. Never earned more than $20,000 a year. How you doing? So how could he know something about corporate profit? I had to pry. So Earl, what's your net worth? $500,000. $500,000? Yeah. From working here? Working here. That's amazing. Over $500,000 net worth on a parking lot wage. Now Mr. Earl had my full attention. How did he do it? Stop working so hard and let the money work for you. He started investing $25 each month into a mutual fund and did that consistently for 15 years. By the late 70s, his net worth was $25,000. He bought stock in blue chips like IBM and Coca-Cola that paid dividends and... Instead of taking the dividends and parking it, let it set or let it reinvest itself and increase my shares. And the more shares I had, the more dividend I had. Eventually, the more money I have down the road.
Yeah, I mean... You can do that. Thanks for the donation transition.
I don't think people should be allowed to be trans unless they're hot. It ruins my fetish when ugly people are trans. Oh fuck, dude. I mean as hell. Would you kick my ass, bro? It's just like, my opinion, dude. Don't beat me up, bro. I'm outta here. Ah.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, top tier, awesome vegan.
For somebody to help. They heard about Money's research, so they took their child to him. Upon inspection, he encouraged that the baby be castrated and raised as a girl, and then gave the parents instructions, if they go through with this, never to tell this child that he was a boy. So the parents did this. They changed Bruce's name to Brenda, and then they followed his instructions. But here's the problem. They found that Brenda was not adapting very well to being raised as a girl. The parents continued to bring both of their boys to Money, where he then exposed them to...
Just tuned in for the first time in ages. Sorry to hear you and Jasmine broke up, dude. When did this happen? Keep your chin up, you are looking good.
Well, we officially agreed to break up, like, I think a month and a half ago, and, I just told Jasmine to find an apartment, and then she found one, like, a month later, and then she moved out. Thanks for the donation, Sid.
sexually explicit conversations at a very young age, and exposed them to constant pressure, specifically on Brenda, to have surgical procedures done to him to do a vaginoplasty. And when that didn't work, he resorted.
Imagine being pro-Palestinian. Imagine being a transphobe. Imagine being black. That would be sad.
Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Hey. Would you be open to collaborating with me on OnlyFans sometime? I've been following you for years and also make YouTube videos. I recently dropped out of my PhD program, so any tips are appreciated.
I've dropped out of my PhD. I've cried so much over this decision to quit my PhD, because it's a stressful decision, not that I'm particularly sad about it. I'll get into all of that in a bit later, but moving on to doing...
Just gonna make sure... I think the person who donated this isn't her, because she has no link to an OnlyFans. Now it says OnlyFans model on her LinkedIn page. Where's her OnlyFans link? Oh, a nerdy content. I see. She has a free thing on her OnlyFans. Says she's from Texas. I don't know how the fuck we do a collab unless you're gonna fly out here. I don't know. I don't want to really... I don't really feel like doing that.
OnlyFans and content creation full-time, it's not just a career choice, it feels kind of like a gamble on the direction of my entire life. Some days I wonder if I'm wearing a polished suit and walking into an office with lifestyles I thought side project idealized.
I don't know if she actually donated, but yeah, I don't know. Thanks for the donation. Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see.
You right? Come into our caravan. That's where me and Derek live. That's where he sleeps. And last Tuesday I got Janice here. I always have to get her into the caravan in a certain way, so the business end is facing the door. Do it. I always have to get her into the caravan in a certain way, so the business end is facing the door. I haven't got a chance any other way, so I open the door. Normally her arsehole's blinking at me. If she was to reverse it, I wouldn't have a bloody chance. So I always like to do it that way and make sure her arsehole is winking at me as soon as I come onto the doormat. If she were ever to reverse it, I wouldn't have a bloody chance. So I like to get her in that way. So...
That's not funny. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Lol. Honestly, when you started the stream last night and announced he had wonderful news, I thought you were going to say you won the lottery. Any luck with that BTW?
No, not yet, but I feel like my time is coming soon. I'm overdue for a big lottery win. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
But if I take just regular testosterone, don't I run the risk of permanent testicular atrophy? Also, can you cage match low-tier god and prove to him that you are the superior Nubian Balrog specimen and outshine his peanut butter complexion vegan gains?
He would never fight anybody, so that's not happening. You're going to get shut down with any steroids, so it's not like the risk of having, you know, permanent damage to your testicles is any higher on testosterone versus any other steroid. Thanks for the donation, though, Nipple Clamps. Trans donated $2. Matt's boyfriend think he passes as a woman. Do you think he does?
Do you guys find anything wrong with the definition adult human female for a woman?
The order is slightly problematic. Adult.
She's definitely passable in terms of looks. I wouldn't suspect she's trans just by looking at her. Her voice is a bit deep, so that might make me suspicious, but she definitely looks like a woman.
Human female seems to suggest that female is the subject rather than a modifier to human, which is how I think a more appropriate arrangement of that definition would be an adult female human. You actually have to break down each of those individual words and find out what they mean. You can make arguments for how to define.
Watch this.
You could be watching this video under any number of circumstances. Maybe your kid emailed it to you. Maybe they're standing.
I'm not really interested in watching that. It's boring. Thanks for the donation, Trans.
How are you feeling after parting ways with Jasmine? How is your health and your outlook?
I'm better than ever. Just dropped some dead weight. Thanks for the donation, Florida Man.
Resorted to forcing them both to take off their clothes, the brother and then the other brother that was raised as a girl, taking off their clothes and filming both of these boys in sexually explicit positions with each other. This is all part of his experiment. Finally, as a last-ditch effort to try to push Brenda into a vaginoplasty, the boy at the time was forced to sit down with Money and a transsexual person who had just undergone gender reassignment surgery so that these two people could discuss this with a child. I'll show you a reenactment in a documentary the BBC did that kind of shows this scene.
She was almost 13. Dr. Money made one last attempt to persuade Brenda to have a vagina constructed. The psychologist enlisted the help of a transsexual.
Is there anything you'd like to ask me or anything you'd like to say?
He thought that when Brenda saw someone who had voluntarily submitted to a genital operation, she would be willing to have surgery too. Some experts think that this was a reasonable course of action.
So after this encounter and others, Brenda finally refused all of Money's attempts to turn this child into a girl through vaginoplasty and other medical procedures. And when she finally just broke down and refused to go anymore, the parents finally broke the news to Brenda that his name was actually Bruce and that he was born as a boy. Upon this new information, he immediately requested to convert back to becoming a boy and then was raised as a boy the rest of his life and even had a phalloplasty to repair what had happened to him with that circumcision. But unfortunately, the damage had been done and both boys would later on in life commit suicide. Now here's why I share that story with you. Not because of John Money and to show you how really frightfully evil this guy was, because he was an abysmal failure, and people know it now. He went on to report that his findings were totally successful, and of course they weren't. And Bruce, who later became known as David, by the way, he changed his name to David Reimer, when he found out that Money was still purporting his experiment with these two boys to be a success, he became vocal about it and did the documentary that I just showed you. So I don't want to show you this just simply to undermine Money. That's already been done. He's a quack. But rather to show you the idea that kind of undergirds the transgender movement. And it's the idea.
Oh my God.
That we can refute our nature with just the right kind of diabolical.
This guy is psychotic. There aren't any transgender people who are saying you can forcibly transition somebody. These people are all absolutely fucking insane. Best fight, donate $2, bruh, epic fight.
Y'all miss me? I miss y'all. Baby Hope, Wilmington, North Carolina, Port City Sports Performance, Salty Dog Jiu.
Street beat. He's let's fight hard.
Fighters coming.
Let's go, Vikings. Let's go, baby.
You know the rules. You know the rules. Let's meet all times, have a good clean fight. Touch gloves and back out.
All right, Vikings.
You ready?
You know what he's gonna do.
You ready? Let's fight!
There you go. Hands up. Watch for the shoot. Nice. Fight long. Fight long. Yep. Teeps. Yep. Teeps. Nice. Keep those teeps. Those teeps are gonna keep your distance. Stay low. Stay low. Nice.
Switch inside, outside.
Circle. Nice. Leg kicks are there too. Sprawl. Fight underhooks, yeah. Relax, you good. Fight underhooks.
Breathe, Kyle. Breathe.
Yeah.
You worked on this, Kyle. Let's go, man.
Drop down.
Swing out there.
He's gonna go for the double. Yep. Up. All right, nice. Breathe. Hands up. Yep. Wrap around the arm. Wrap around his arm.
Go. Get it.
Control the head. Hook the leg.
Up kick. 1 minute. Up kick. Nice.
Hook the leg, Kyle.
Nice. There you go. Now you good. Regard. Nice. Up kick. Yeah, nice. Just like that. There you go, Dave. Nice. Be ready for him to come in. Control. Send it up.
Good job.
Where we want to be. Feet.
There we go.
30 seconds.
Catch your breath. Use your kicks. Leg kicks, man. Destroy them legs.
Okay, get him.
Watch the rabbit.
Up.
Keep going. Grab him.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands up.
Lower, Kyle. Lower. Take the leg, Kyle. Take the leg, man.
Hands up. Underhooks. Good. Position. There you go. That guard. Sit. There you go. Start working on arm bar. Nice sweep. All right. Come on, let's get up. We got space.
Dude, stop the fight. This guy's getting fucked up. He's done. What the fuck? Dude, the street beef referees are fucking retarded.
Winner and new old.
Well, what a surprise. The big black dude beat the skinny white dude. Thoughts? Let me see.
Levitation has been around since the beginning of human history, and
Oh yeah, I've seen this stupid shit. I think I saw this documentary a while ago. Yeah, it's dumb. Thanks for the donation, Best Fight.
The secret to wealth is to simply buy Bitcoin and hodl. This is the best asset you can buy. Yes, it is volatile in the short period, but on a long enough time horizon, 4+ years, it always trends upward. This is because it is scarce and infinitely divisible.
Well, I don't know if that's great financial advice, but thanks for the donation, Vegan Bitcoiner.
I salute you, okay? I want you to hear that. The other side of you just got to deal with it, that's not an acceptable answer to me. And so where this call is hard for me is I can't talk to him.
Right.
And so my guess is, well, I don't even want to speculate. There's so much that leads to low libido. There is so much that leads to the potential for sexless marriages. And it can be everything from, like you said, shame that's relational based all the way back from childhood. There could be this moment when you became girlfriend, you became wife, and he's got a picture of wife, which is really just an elevated mother, and guys don't like to sleep with their mothers, and so it could be this big psychological quagmire. It could be something not testosterone related, but something other, more medically biological related. It could be that he is finding himself attracted to men and not women. It could be 100,000 different things.
And we've discussed that. You know, are you homosexual? Do you like men? He says no, he's not attracted to men. He's not a drug addict at all.
Right.
He's not into drugs. He's not cheating. I've looked, and nothing. It's just.
But so here's the deal. Listen. This is going to be hard to hear, but he is not a puzzle to be solved.
Okay.
And he's not a problem to be fixed. He's a person to be with, and what I'm guessing is the amount of shame he is walking through the world with right now is extraordinary. And people who are feeling shame, think of a backpack full of sinners and desire somebody.
We have the first year of the marriage, because from the day that we got married, we had intimacy that day, and then 5 months later, we didn't. And I kept, pursuing him and nothing. So I did go to a counselor by myself at first. He did go for 1 or 2 sessions, but then he didn't want to. He was too ashamed to talk to a woman about the situation, about the fact that he can't get an erection, and it's difficult for men than for women. That's what he says.
Well, that's just, again, it's not. That's just guys him trying to package this in a way that he can wake up every morning, because the shame's pretty overwhelming. So he's got to. This is not a, I think so. This is a have to. He has to go see somebody and talk about the things that are wound up in his heart and soul. I'm telling you this, but I'm also telling you this.
Yeah, it's a stupid discussion.
All right, let's go out to Pittsburgh and talk to Jeff. Hey, Jeff, what's up, man?
Hi, Dr. John.
What's up, dude?
How are you?
Good, man.
Just looking through the notes that I wrote down to make sure I don't miss much here. I'm a very detail-oriented person. I like to lay things out before I do stuff like anything like this. So.
Well, I had a coworker call me and I quote, hot mess this morning. So I need some order in my life. So go for it, man. Read it out to me.
So this time last year, my wife asked me for an open relationship, and I could see that she was struggling really bad and had been for a while. And I felt like I didn't want to just say no to her. So basically, I said, "I'll give you a month, not do anything, nothing physical." I said, "I'll let you collect information, give me some data, tell me a reason why you think this would help us."
She was already with somebody, wasn't she?
She had been already a year and a half before that for a year.
Yep, almost every time.
And she already had a plan.
Yeah, so break up with her. Divorce. These dudes are so fucking cucked, bro. If a chick is telling you, oh, I want an open relationship, oh, I want to see other people, or if you ever hear, I think we need a break, like anything like that, just break up with her. So stupid. Like, why are you playing this fucking game? Like, she's not attracted to you, just fucking leave.
Like, we laid out all these ground rules, what would happen if we got there, and she was with somebody, like, almost right away, somebody different than this other person.
What do you say to people who tried to defend TikTok? Someone said it's one of the only free speech apps left. Not to mention has employed thousands of people and grew small businesses. Everything within moderation, but it's definitely not better off gone.
So it's not a free speech platform. There are tons of people who get banned off TikTok for the stupidest fucking reasons. That vegan teacher got banned off TikTok for no reason. I've known a few other vegan activists who have gotten banned, either because their accounts get mass reported or because they'll mention something about animal abuse and crap like that. So it's not a free speech platform. I don't know why they're fucking saying that. They probably have stricter TOS than YouTube does. Employs thousands of people. Yeah, they're all employees of the CCP. The company's owned by the Chinese Communist Party, so I don't know why that's a good thing. Grew small businesses, blah, blah, blah. Who the fuck cares? It's a disinformation platform for the Chinese Communist Party. I don't know why you'd want TikTok to be a tool to destroy America and the Western world just because some people make money off of it. Just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
VG, we can't just blame the women. Many men think they want a stay-at-home wife when they're young, and 20 years down the road resentment has built and they want a working woman. So they divorce their first wife and she has no work experience to her name.
That is one of the gayest things I've ever fucking heard. Great. Like, I don't fucking care. What does that have to do with anything I'm fucking saying? Thanks for the donation, Alex.
And then, so I'm struggling with this because it wasn't, after the first month, I was like, this is not something I want to have anything to do with, which I knew before I even agreed to any of it.
Right.
If I would admit it to myself. But then, I asked her to stop and she said no. And even though she told me she hadn't been with anyone, there was nothing there. She was still sleeping with me, and then I found out later that she wasn't using protection with these people.
Have you ever heard the analogy about the rattlesnake in the paper bag?
I think so, but you might have to refresh my memory.
So a guy is walking down the street and he stumbles on a plastic bag and he opens it up and there's a rattlesnake inside, buzzing. And the rattlesnake says, "Hey, will you help me get out of this bag? I'm stuck in here. I can't get out." And the guy goes, "Dude, I'm not going to pick you up. You're a rattlesnake. You'll bite me." And the rattlesnake goes, "No, I'm not. I need help. Like, I'm not going to bite you this time. Like, I need you to help me." And the guy's like, "Ugh, okay." And he sticks his hand in and the rattlesnake just bites the crap out of him. And the guy goes, why'd you do that? You said you weren't going to. And he's like, I'm a rattlesnake. That's what I do. And then he goes, will you help me though? Help me out of this bag. He goes, no, you just bit me. And he goes, I know. I had to get that out of my system. I'm a rattlesnake. It's hard for me not to. I won't do it again. The guy's like, no, you bit me. And he goes, oh, come on. And he goes, all right. So he puts his hand back in the bag to grab the snake, and the snake bites him again. That's you.
Okay.
Your wife was cheating on you for a year and a half. How long have y'all been married?
We've been married for 6 years, but we've been together since we were teenagers. So we've been together for almost 16 years.
Okay. It's been happening before that. Statistically speaking, it's happened before that. Hold on. She's cheating on you. Then she came up with a plan to get you to go along with it. And when somebody's cheating on you for over a year, that means she didn't just have a one-night stand or a weekend fling or a 2 or 3 week, like, what am I doing? She was with somebody for a year. And so that marriage disconnection you felt, that even entertained the idea that I know it'll make my marriage better. My wife goes and knocks around with some other dude. That'll help. The fact you even entertained that was not because your marriage is falling apart because of something you were doing. It's because your wife's already in a relationship with somebody else.
Okay.
And then you set up ground rules, and you're stunned that she goes and sleeps with somebody else right away.
Yeah, she broke every rule the first time.
She's not a person of integrity. And I'm only telling you that because I love you, man. She's a person that lies and cheats to her husband and her ride or die for 16 years.
21st Savage, no tellers. Jasmine only worked 3 days a week. You thought she was working 5, but no, she was just hanging out with her black vegan boyfriend having unprotected anal sex. What would you do if you found out the story was true? Would you finally talk shit about her? Maybe. That clearly wasn't the case, but thanks for the donation, dude.
I would like to say that so we went on a family vacation, and she on this vacation, we were driving through the middle of the night because we have young children, and I wanted them to sleep. And her phone was still lit up because everything was locked on it, obviously. It was still lit up, so I grabbed it, and I found a bunch of stuff. She was sending videos and pictures and all sorts of stuff to many, many people. And from that day, we started...
Okay, bro, this guy's fucking retarded.
...working to try to fix this. And then I found out everything maybe a month and a half after that in July. And since the day that she has come clean and told me everything, she has done every single thing I've asked. She has gone to counseling. I've gone to counseling. We're about to start couples therapy. We've taken trips together. We've really tried to reconnect.
How much do I need to pay you to make a whole stream in your I Watch an Animal clip voice?
I'll do it for 10 grand. Thanks for the donation, Big.
On all levels, and become better parents, and just do things together. And to be honest, I've found nothing since then that says there was more. And trust me, I became a person who was searching phone logs and doing all this stuff that I had never done over the first 15 years. I'd never even been through a phone.
You find your...
Yeah, this guy is, like, absolutely cucked. You find out your wife has been cheating on you for, like, a year and a half, and then tries to gaslight you into having a cuck relationship. And then he's asked, what should I do? Like, yeah, get a divorce. And that's a situation where if the woman's cheating and you can prove it in court, you might not have to pay, like, any alimony. You can probably keep all your property and crap like that because she technically broke the marriage contract. Jasmine left for gig, donate $2. Would you get a pet seal? Yeah, that's weird. Well, they normally eat meat. I don't know if you could feed a seal, like, vegan cat food or something. I'm not sure. I mean, seals are cute. I like seals, but I guess, I don't think so. It'd probably be difficult to keep them. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Yourself like Liam Neeson real fast. Like,
yeah, it was wild.
Yeah, you just like become one of those murder podcast people for sure. I gotta solve this, right? So what's your question? Let's get right to this. What's your question?
I cannot stop thinking about her with these other people.
That's right.
I start visualizing, and then I ruminate, and then I spiral, and then I make up scenarios in my head, and I make everything even worse than it probably was. And then I ask her about it, and then I can see the guilt is crushing her because now that she's in a healthier place and knows what she is doing to me currently, like, and for us, for my children, for her, I need to start feeling better and not being so crushed day to day and not having these 2 or 3 day spans where I just cannot function because the weight of this is killing me.
This dude's a fucking retard.
And I just am not sure how to move forward with it.
Okay. Often what happens...
Yeah, you break up, you get a divorce.
...in these situations is you are so empowered's not the right word.
21st Savage, $22. Jasmine's black vegan boyfriend. No. That is absolutely gross. Yeah, I can't show those other images on the thing. These people are fucking assholes. Yeah, you can blind somebody doing shit like this.
You're so brought back to life. You're enlivened. That's not really...
Remember Sv3rige, that guy is something else.
Yeah, he's pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation, William.
Oh, that's the right word. You're just given life again by seeing your partner try to connect with you. By seeing her do the things that you wish had been happening for 15 years. And it injects some life, some light back into a dark, dark, dark room. And what often happens is what you're running into right now. So I want you to know you're not crazy. You're not nuts. You're not alone. You're not on an island by yourself. This happens all the time, okay?
That's exactly how it feels, too.
I know it does. It's super isolating. And you start to feel crazy. Because she's doing all these things. That seems that she's all in. And
it really feels that way.
I know it does. You're not crazy, okay? What you haven't done is a couple of things. You have not grieved this yet. I don't know that you fully metabolized what actually happened. You've been too busy searching and playing Matlock and trying to solve this thing and then trying to get her to not wreck this whole car because it's flying down the highway and it's got kids in it and it's a thing and it's my marriage. And you haven't sat on the back porch by yourself and stared off at the sunset and said out loud, my wife was cheating on me for years. People have my wife's naked body on their phone. You have to sit in that and own it. Something new.
And we have. I think that's where we're at right now. If I can move forward, I think she's starting to. And
do you see how this has turned on you? And you're...
This guy gives some of the most cucked, dumb, basic bitch advice. Get a divorce. Like, what a fucking loser. This is a cuck podcast. And can do donate $2. Let me see. Great.
You're making yourself the bad guy?
Yeah, I'm good at that.
I know. It's one of your spiritual gifts. Stop. Quit it. Let's have kids and be your wife.
Okay.
Ready to replace it.
Yeah, this guy's a fucking moron.
So let's go to Natalie in Atlanta, Georgia. What's up, Natalie? How we doing?
Hi, I'm pretty good. How are you?
Good. I love pretty good. What's the not pretty part? I can't wait.
Well, it's unfortunate actually. So I'm a little nervous just because I haven't told anyone, and it's like now I tell the world. So this is just great. But
okay, before you say this, why did you pick this forum to do this?
Because I need advice from a trustworthy source other than Google, and I listen to your show, and Google is not a good place. I found
it's a dark, sad place. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of strange information, but the show has been helpful to me, and it's a trustworthy source, so I came here to get some advice.
I appreciate that. I'll do the best I can. You'll get what you pay for. How about that?
Okay, great. So I have made a horrible mistake, and about 2 months ago, I found myself in an unhealthy relationship with someone at the gym.
Wait, back out. Are you married? Are you married?
Yes, I am married. That's the key.
How long?
That's the key problem. We have been married. We're about 5 years.
Any kids?
About 5 years. 2 children, 2 and 4.
Okay.
So I wanted to do a fitness competition, and I found myself at the gym a lot, and there was a guy there, trainer, and basically started, helping me out with some workouts. We started talking, and it went too far. My husband knows. He started talking to me. We met for coffee, and then
Did you sleep with him?
We actually ended up sleeping together, yes, which is the part that my husband doesn't know. He knows everything except for that, because immediately I just feel.
Like, why ever bother getting married, having kids? Stupid. Wally Blue, donate $2. Are you gaming later? Probably not, because it's taking us like 10 hours to get through like 3 videos, but thanks for the donation, Wally.
Weird risking like, I was scared of losing everyone, and I was so stupid, and I was like, just scared. So I immediately lied and blocked him from everything. I have not communicated with him since then. It's been over 2 months, but now I'm like, well, great. When it was all horrible, I lied. And now I don't know if I should rehash this, because things have been going really well, and like, we've really surrounded ourselves with a great community in church, family, and counseling, and I've lied so hard.
There you go. That says it all. Yeah, all these good girls who go to church and save themselves for marriage, it is all cap. All cap. What a joke. Ugh, so retarded. Like, if you ever meet somebody who's religious, goes to church and all the shit, why are they doing it? There's no point. No sensible person would ever be religious, ever believe in Jesus and a sky wizard. No sensible person would ever feel the need to go to some, like, fucking retarded cult to worship some, like, dumb. Like, you're dealing with somebody who is inherently fucking unreasonable, and generally speaking, when people try to do this, like, you know, whole pious act, like, oh, I'm a follower of Christ and all this shit, they have some, like, bullshit guilt inside them that they're trying to cover up. Because if you don't feel ashamed of yourself or guilty about something or any of this crap, like, what do you need a religion for? So all of these people who are religious, like, they're some of them, like, they're the most untrustworthy, bullshitter, lying, cheating scumbags you'll ever fucking come across. If you ever run into a chick who's like, oh, I'm a good Christian gal and da-da-da, and I saved myself for my husband, they are some of the most cheating, lying fucking scum sacks of shit you could ever fucking meet. Because, again, people who aren't guilty, who don't have, like, weird fucking shit to lie about and cheat and steal and all this crap, they don't need religion because they don't need to cover up for any of their dumb bullshit stupid actions. So, yeah, anybody who'd get involved with somebody like this is a fucking idiot. Intervisions, donate $2. KCO is a femcel. If she was sexy and getting good dick, she wouldn't hate men. And in Kindu, what the fuck is right? Babe, are you gay? Here, VG, some good tunes for your head top. Yeah. I like that song. Thanks for the donation, dude. 21st Savage, donate $2. Damn, you're an annoying N-word. I tried sending you images, videos from your Australian rival, and last 2 donos didn't work. Stop being vigilant, N-word. Oh, thanks.
About this one thing among every single person, because in my head I was like, I'll just never ever bring this up, and now I'm like, to move forward, I need to know whether or not I should tell him.
The fact that you're calling tells me that you know the answer to this.
Well, Google said otherwise. I was like, well, maybe I could get out of this. Maybe that's not a good idea.
So you, number one, bravery. Thank you for saying this out loud. Go back and when you listen to this call, your voice changes after you say it out loud. Okay? Take a big deep breath and then drop your shoulders all the way down. So in your gut, what do you think you should do?
I probably need to tell him.
No, probably. Like, what do you need to do?
I feel like I need to tell him, because I feel like if I don't, it's just going to be preventing us, I guess, from truly living honestly.
Yeah. Will this end everything?
I don't know if it will. I don't think it will. I just think it's going to make it harder. I don't know what it'll do. I mean, he is definitely forgiving and really understanding.
But I mean, y'all have been in counseling and you've talked about this. And
we've talked about everything, and I've just totally denied doing anything more than just communication, meeting him, all that.
Okay.
So I'm like, oh my goodness.
And y'all just hooked up one time?
Yes. It was the hookup and then done. And everything kind of hit the fan. Like, as in he found out about us communicating, and it was like almost like a rescue for me, because it was just not going to go well from there.
Yeah.
That's right. But when everything's starting to look better, I just hate having to rehash all this.
Yeah.
That's why I've tried to find a way out, I guess.
What does your counselor tell you?
Well, we have never met one-on-one, so we're doing it through our church, and it's a couples counseling.
Okay.
And so I still haven't even been honest with the counselor because I would have to say it in front of both of them. And I'm like, I don't know if he low-key knows or something, but because I don't know. But he hasn't really told me anything about it because no one knows.
So here's what I'll tell you. Your husband knows.
Okay.
And he might not know that y'all slept together.
Mm-hmm.
He might not know that y'all did anything above what you told him.
Mm-hmm.
But he knows there's a gap between the two of you.
Yes.
And he's going to counseling. He's doing what he thinks he's supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And
she knows she's dating a cuck. Anytime the shit happens in a relationship where a chick cheats on you like this and you let her get away with it, where, you know, you're like, oh, well, you know, let's get through this. You know, we're a team. The relationship is never going to be the same. Like I've said this before, women have these like dumb women brains. In your male brain, you think, oh, well, you know, if I show, you know, some forgiveness and everything, she'll appreciate that. And then, you know, we can move forward. Nope. When you let women get away with this shit, they will lose respect for you. They're going to think you're a weak beta male, and then the relationship's just going to go down the toilet. It might be a slow, you know, toilet drain, but it's just never going to work out. As soon as a chick cheats on you, it's over, done. Like, there's no coming back from that. So don't let chicks get away with this. I don't think any amount of like piss drinking and cum swallowing and brutal butt fucking like to show her who's boss is ever going to fix it. Because if you let her get away with that, like, no, it's fucked. Just break up with her.
And that gap is getting wider because as he leans in, there's a part of you that leans out because you know.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yep, that would be accurate.
And so what I'll tell you is beyond the right thing and the integrity thing and all that stuff, you're torturing a man that you love.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I sound like I'm talking out both sides of my mouth. I said he knows, but then he doesn't even know it. He knows there's a gap there, and he doesn't know what it is.
Right. Right. I see that.
And in some ways, it feels better because he's trying to do everything he can to jump over that thing. And you are too. There's a part of you that's trying to, and there's a part of you that's anchored to still chained to that other thing.
Right. Right.
So here's what I'll tell you. I'll tell you screwed up, and you know that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The season of life y'all are in with a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old is hard. And you're not the only one that's ever done that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to make it right. I'm trying to say you're not alone.
Right.
And you screwed up.
Mm-hmm.
And the measure now is what's next. That's what you can control.
Yeah. Okay.
So you called me knowing what I'm going to say anyway, right?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I did.
And if you need me to be the person in your life that tells you that, I think your husband's worth being honest to. I think you're worth not walking around your life dragging a load of bricks around with you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I think you need to be very aware that this may end everything.
Yeah.
He may say, I'm out.
Right.
Because you did this, and because I can't trust you, and because fill in the blank.
Mm-hmm.
Or he may need some space and some time and all those things.
Okay.
It'll be hard.
Mm-hmm.
But what I know is that relationships can't survive big secrets.
Okay.
And I know there's all stories on the internet and all that kind of stuff that talk about, I didn't say anything for 90 years, and it was the best decision I ever made. Whatever. Great, cool.
Yeah.
You found those, right?
Yeah.
Hoping they would be the right
immediately,
ones.
and I was like, oh, thank goodness I never have to bring this up. And then it just ate at me about what we really need to do.
Yeah. So role play this with me real quick. How does it work?
That's my next question. Like, I don't know because there's never a good time. Like the kids are sick. Okay, now he has an important test, or now it's Thanksgiving, and like I don't, I just am like I don't know what to do or when or how to bring it up.
What does Thanksgiving look like for you guys?
We would go to his family's house. It's like his family reunion, so we would just go there for the day.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that would be intense. But part of me, I don't think the news will be so shocking. I mean, it will be shocking, but he won't be like, I never saw this coming, because when you said that he probably kind of has an idea already because of the distance, or, I feel like he'll be like, okay, not shocked like he was the first time he even found any of this out.
Yeah. He'll be shocked.
Yeah.
Because you've probably done a really damn good job of convincing him that nothing else happened.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, so he's going to be shocked. He's probably going to get a babysitter for the kids and have a conversation with them over the next couple.
This is retarded. This is literally a cuck call-in podcast. It's especially insane. Like, I can understand when he's talking to a woman and giving advice to a woman and trying to get her to do things that would, like, benefit her. But, like, I mean, if you're talking to a dude and they're calling in about their wives cheating, if you're saying anything other than get a divorce, leave the bitch, like, you're a fucking idiot. I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh boy.
Maybe you shouldn't have beat Janine ass so much.
Well, I was never physically abusive, so thanks for the donation, Dave Ramsey.
I'm half Canadian and I part.
Let's see.
Matter of perspective, tied to time and place, love and friendship, life and death.
The end of yet another year. How are you guys holding up? Hopefully better than me. The last video of the year, guys. I mean, depending on the day you are watching this, it might not be the last one, actually. If you are watching...
There's something so demeaning and cucked about having to explain this type of stuff to some random guy you called into on a YouTube show.
I mean, some people are just retarded and they need to be told things, but they're so stupid, they don't even know what good advice is. So they just called into the wrong fucking show, clearly. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
This on Friday, you can expect a live stream on New Year's Eve. I'm not gonna say 100%, but there's a very high possibility. However, if you are watching this on New Year's Eve, yeah, that means I chose to be a coward instead. That means I couldn't remain strong and retreated in defeat instead, like that Max Payne line. I was afraid to go on. Guys, I am trying. I am trying to arrange a guest for New Year's Eve, reaching out to some Manosphere figures that you guys like. But I also understand that not everybody's a loner like me, sitting on their behind at home on a New Year's Eve. They are gonna be thinking like, dude, Rehab, I am not entering the new year trying to decipher your shitty accent. Fair is fair. Guys, I am trying to make it happen, but you know, if you are watching this on New Year's Eve and not on Friday, that means I got sent my own way. I chose to be a coward. In that case, Happy New Year to everybody. Hopefully in 2025 things will start to look up a little. But now let's get to the video. We are gonna talk about the case of Frank Tufano. He's a nutrition / lifestyle influencer on YouTube with 100,000 followers. He owns a meat shop, meat business. He does YouTube as a side hustle. I didn't know about him before. We are going to talk about his story and what's been happening to him over the past year because it is brutal, guys. It really is. He recently made this video telling his story. Dr. Tepen ruined my face forever. I looked further into his vlogs about his surgeries. It is sad. Sad, but also brutal story. Because if you go to the beginning of his surgery vlogs, it is a slow, gradual drift into depression from being happy and optimistic. All that happiness is gone. You can literally see the reality sinking in more and more with each video. There's something about it, man. At first he's like, oh, don't worry guys, this is just a small delay according to the doctor. And you keep watching those vlogs. And a year later he's like, my face is ruined forever.
I am insulted that the guy uses the name Legal Eagle as his username. I mean, come on, Eagles kick fucking ass compared to his YouTube channel.
I mean, he has a pretty decent YouTube channel. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
And this is also important because some people mistakenly accuse me of being against surgeries and hard looks maxing. Guys, I am not against hard looks maxing. It is just, you gotta tread very carefully when it comes to certain surgeries. And surgeries in general. Because a lot of plastic surgeons are not doctors, but simply merchants. We have so many examples. We have Looks Maxing channel. Not too long ago, a dude from France tried to get a beard transplant in Turkey by someone who turns out doesn't even have a medical license. And now we have Frank.
What are the elements you have built into your routine over the years that have had the biggest positive impact on your mental and physical health?
Mushrooms. The thing that cured my depression was mushrooms. But just being consistent with exercise and healthy eating, it's good for everybody. But yeah, mushrooms are what ultimately cured my depression. Thanks for the donation, Florida man.
Tufano. And make no mistake, even if they have a medical license, even if they have graduated from the Harvard medicine, they are still not doctors. They are profiteers. Money first, anything and everything is secondary. So the story starts with our guy wanting to improve his eye area. After getting double jaw surgery and lip fillers, he decides to fix his eye area next, which is reasonable. I am not blaming him for it, because I do believe in trying to improve your looks. But there is the one thing I actually warn people about. Hard maxing can actually be a rabbit hole, because it's never enough, guys. It is never enough once you get a dopamine hit. Once you see that improvement and see that difference, that hits different, bro. You keep wanting more and more and more. And some people, like Frank, they fly too close to the sun and end up in worse situations. It is tragic, really. But let's start the story from the beginning.
I don't know what the fuck this doctor did to me. He said I'm going to look like a freak for another few months, so before I start having too much of a conniption, I'll give it a few more weeks.
Bro, that's the thing, like, those doctors are not going to say to your face, oh dude, we have fucked up this.
Tom Donate Tillers, holy fuck, Frank Tufano looks like a slightly cross-eyed Giga Chad now. Not really. Kind of just looks like a cross-eyed freak. Thanks for the donation though, Torn. Or Tom.
This wasn't supposed to happen. They will try to play it off like it is not a big deal. They will try to downplay their fuck up. Oh brother, just go back to your home country. This is normal. You will heal in a couple of weeks. For some patients, it just takes a little bit longer. They are not going to keep it real, bro.
Nice guy, talks really sweet. Procedure originally was like, he was around 30,000 for what he wanted to do, which is a lot of procedures. It's first is an orbital decompression where they take out some bone behind the eye to let the eyes get more deep set and further back. Second is an orbital rim implant down here for the shallowness. Third is a lower eyelid lift a little bit called lower eyelid retraction. And the fourth is the upper eyelid ptosis repair.
You know, on paper, this is not a very bad game plan, if I'm honest. He wants that deep.
Just testing something. No need to read the text. Or wait. Just read it. My name is John. Johnny John John Boy Walton John. Hello world. Test hello. Lorem ipsum dollar sid armet, or however you write this. Sample text here. More text. Okay, now I'm done.
Alright, thanks for the donation test.
Of all your videos over the years, which one caused you the biggest backlash and why?
Probably the Furious Pete cancer one. People literally flipped their fucking shit after I made fun of him for having cancer. Like, and I mean, I was right too. The guy's a jackass, but yeah, people absolutely lost their fucking minds over me making fun of Furious Pete's cancer. Thanks for the donation though, Florida man.
He said Hunter eye area, right? He doesn't have a great eye area. Or didn't have a great eye area. Now it is even worse. But his complaints were not unwarranted. He had protruded eyes. The orbital decompression is basically for that. Then upper eyelid exposure you can see. Poor orbital bone structure.
A Muslim said the miracles in the hadiths happened. He said miracles were possible based on law of non-contradiction and that they happened because of mass testimonies, comparing it to a guy who has never been to Japan knowing about Japan's existence.
Yeah, that makes 0 sense. I don't know how far down the rabbit hole that guy is, but I mean, there's hadiths talking about how the Prophet Muhammad flew to heaven on a winged horse. And the Prophet Muhammad is the only one who witnessed this. So does he believe in that stupid shit? Like, thanks for the donation, Goomba.
Structure. Then he had scleral show. He mentions negative cantal tilt too. So on paper, yes, all those operations might seem like good ideas, but with orbital decompression, the risk is higher. You don't want to mess with your walking ability or your vision. All 4 in one session too, which increases the chances of a complication. But of course, the doctor doesn't care. For him, it is easier if he does all 4 in one and gets the money all together, rather than doing it one by one, spread out, where your victim can change his mind. It would also be more time consuming for the doctor, so-called doctor. He sees people as nothing but praise. In and out, in a day, 40k, thanks, boom. You go ask people like Sunil Richardson, hey doc, I want to turn into a frog. I have a budget of 100k. You think you can do it? And he will say, oh brother, you're not going to believe what I have just learned. They have invented a new procedure to turn humans into frogs, and it costs only 100k. That is what he will say.
I think there's another $8,000 added onto that, so whatever. My business credit card has a very high limit. That's the only way I was able to afford this, guys. I wanted to get myself a birthday present this year for going through so much.
Sadly, life had other plans for you, brother. It is just sad, man. He got the surgery at the end of last year, 2023, exactly a year ago. The original Lux Maxin operation. Sadly and unfortunately, sometimes things just don't work out. He had to get another 5-6 corrective surgeries since, and now looks worse than before. His eye area just looks unnatural. And I know there will be some idiots in the chat saying, oh dude, he looks better, what are you saying? No, he does not. Guys, listen carefully here, okay? The golden rule of Lux Maxin is to look natural. The entire point is to signal better genetic makeup. If people can sense that it is not natural, and it is just fake, it is not going to be as impactful. And on top of that, you are going to come off as insecure. That is the last thing you want, especially when you are insecure about something. Look at his eye area, guys. Look, it doesn't look natural at all. It is so obvious that something medical happened there.
And the main thing is, and I can't blame the doctor. Doctor wasn't 100% transparent about how blind I was going to be. He was like, oh, why take day 2? But well now it's...
This is like a few days after the operation. His doc was like, oh brother, you will be good in no time. Dude, docs will always downplay it.
Where's your debate with the Indian guy on morals being objective? It would be in the live section, so you're gonna have to search it under the live tab.
To convince you to get the operation. Now it's been a year and you are still partially blind. What are you gonna do?
Like, okay, what do you mean? I'm not gonna be able to see until Thursday, so... I mean, I think the nurse is like 12 or 1300 a night.
He's paying 1300 a night, just for the nurses. Man, this guy gotta be loaded. I mean, he didn't go to some shady sweatshop surgery room in the slums of Bangladesh. This is a Beverly Hills doctor we are talking about. A well-known one at that. Dr. Taban. Still botched. You gotta understand, when you mess with certain stuff like eyes, the complications will have more severe consequences.
I'm happy it's over with, we made it out here, surgery's done now, it's just another week or so and then we're back.
If only you knew, brother. If only you knew. Life is something else. One day you are at the top of things. You are an influencer. The next, you are going...
Damn. Can't believe it's over a year now since Frank's fucked up eye scrambling surgery. That's crazy how time flies.
I don't ever feel like time is flying for me. I literally feel like I've lived like 150 years. So I don't know. I might be unique in that regard. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight. Death of Rabbit donated $2. Manic depression is hitting hard. Thoughts on dating apps? Well, rule number 1 of using a dating app is never pay for a dating app. So don't ever pay, don't ever buy, the premium subscription. You're an idiot if you do that. And Austin Dunham actually has good advice on using dating apps. I don't like his content overall, but he has good advice on using dating apps. There's some tricks you can do. But thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
blind. It goes to show the brutality of life, how everything rests on a very delicate balance. And it also makes me remember that clip of crocodile swimming in a cocky way. He's like, I am literally a crocodile. I don't run, I make others run. Who can mock me in the water? And the next second, a jaguar falls on top of your noggin from the sky, all of a sudden, boom, and pulls you out of water. The biggest mogger is life itself. Nobody is unmuggable in life. Nobody. It also makes you remember that Max Payne line. How easy to lose it all in a second. No matter how hard and how long you spend trying to climb out, you can still fall back down in an instant. Life is on a fragile balance like that. Everything can be gone in a split second.
I was lying in bed last night thinking, Frank, what the f did you do? You're gonna look different for the rest of your life. Bit of an impulsive decision.
I think at this point, the reality started to sink in. Days pass by and he realizes like, wait a minute, I still cannot see. It's been days. I think at this point he started to feel something was off. You can see him second guessing his decision. A little bit too late though.
Same with like my double jaw surgery. Like,
I think he wanted to push his luck. Since he got his double jaw surgery, he didn't want to stop. Guys, that hits different when you get a successful hard looks maxing operation, because you can see the difference in field. Like the movies, people treating you differently. It is like a drug. Once you get a hit, you keep chasing the next. It is a gamble, honestly. That is why I say it. I am in favor of hard looks maxing, but you gotta do it very carefully. I do believe that though. I do believe that when it comes to improving your looks, soft looks maxing ain't gonna move the needle, bro. If you are not obese, if you are not really fat. And even for this guy, Frank, if he didn't fly too close to the sun, if he knew when to stop, when to leave good enough alone, he had a W with hard looks maxing. He got his double jaw surgery and lip fillers and looked definitely better, much better.
Sv3rige Black Bill video. Turkey Tom's video on him now has 350,000 views. He must be losing his shit.
Most guys, any guy who's watching my video now.
This is just 100 and... Yeah, this is an hour 35 minutes. And Sv3rige isn't even talking.
Who cannot afford to buy...
We have this idea. I know.
Yeah, I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation though, nigga. Yeah, I'm sure Sv3rige is not happy about that video. And he is getting hunted down. The walls are closing in for him. By the way, you know what's fucking insane? I was watching some more Sv3rige videos off stream, and people were making videos about his Bitcoin wallet. He has fucking 2 whales donating him tens of thousands of fucking dollars. There was a guy who donated him $78,000 in one payment in Bitcoin. There was another guy who donated like 56,000. And these same people, you can track these donations. They're donating like 30, 40, 50, 60, $70,000 every time they give him money. Like, Sv3rige has some serious fucking cash coming in. It's... I don't know how... Like, it's so weird that he found some rich fucking Bitcoin millionaires to just give him tons of fucking money. And he's a fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga.
He was just too ambitious and didn't know when to stop. Bro, you gotta know when to take a W. He had a W with hard looks maxing.
Double wall orbital decompression, so he goes in behind the eye socket into the orbital area and he basically grinds out bone to let the eyes go back. So that was one procedure.
I mean, getting all 4 procedures in just one session, one surgery session, is definitely a choice. Probably that is what the doctor recommended him. But on the other hand, it increases the chances of a complication. The doctor probably wanted to get his money quick, you know. He didn't want to scare off his prey. If you do them one by one, spread out, it's going to take longer. And your victim can change his mind. You don't want to scare off your prey, guys. That is the mindset of the doctor. I feel like if Frank got the other 3, only other 3, and not the orbital decompression, he could still walk out with a W. What was the other 3? Ptosis repair, right, for the upper eyelid, 3D rim implants, and what was the other? Lower eyelid. If he got only those, he would still be in the positive. He was just too ambitious. That is why I say, guys, don't listen to those looks maxing influencers telling you, oh brother, anyone can become an 8 or a 9 with enough surgeries. I will give you a list of surgeries for $100.
This wasn't like an impulse thing, you know. I thought about it for almost 2 years and then scheduled the surgery. And I felt good about it, so I was like, whatever, you know. Either way, it's gonna look better after than before.
Sadly and unfortunately, life had different plans. And now you have wasted so much money. You have wasted so much life energy. Had to get multiple corrective follow-up surgeries. And still not at 100%. What are you gonna do?
Frank, give us an eye update. Frank, give us an eye update. Every way they can, so... Like, me on paper being...
That cross-eyed situations do happen.
Dr. Taban attempted to gaslight me and lied to me that my eyes were fine and my vision was good.
Dr. Taban sounds like the American version of Sunil Richardson, really.
But good, you wouldn't mind, right? Because the only thing he cares about is making money. And I did all the research that I ever could have done before the surgery. But because of this guy's...
No, Frank's just stupid.
to say no, I wouldn't. When you know you ain't got the opportunity anyway. But when you are already messed up, would you want to turn down that big of a money so that some other people can look better than you? People who won't even know or appreciate you.
I don't know if this guy realized Frank is gay. Yeah, Frank looked kind of weird, but that wasn't his main problem. Elliot Hulse situation, is insane. Let's see this.
Alright guys, welcome back to the channel. If you're new, my name is Bobby. Guys, interesting video today. We're gonna react to Elliot Hulse with his video, Unless You Eat Jesus, He's Not Inside You. I personally never followed Elliot Hulse, but especially back in the day, he was one of the first fitness YouTubers, strongman YouTubers.
I'm assuming he's Catholic.
And then later in his career, he converted to Catholic Christianity.
Yeah.
If you see my face for the very first time, I reverted to Islam, alhamdulillah, but I come from an Orthodox Christian background, and Orthodox Christianity is very, very similar to Catholic Christianity. They both have the Eucharist, in which you eat God. And this was one of the main reasons why I left Orthodox Christianity and why I accepted Islam. Besides many other points, such as the Trinity, of course, God allegedly being 3 in 1 and not uniquely one. Those were facts within Christianity that I couldn't live with. But that being said, eating God, literally eating God, because this was the claim, you're consuming a specific bread, and this...
By the way, according to Islam, they shouldn't disagree with the Trinity.
Bread is the flesh of Christ, and Christ is God in Christianity, and then you're drinking wine, and this literally then becomes the blood of Christ, and only if you partake in that tradition...
Could you elaborate a bit on why you feel like you've lived 150 years? Curious to know about your experience.
It just feels that way. Like, people say time flies, and, like, you know... It feels like, you know, so much has gone by, but, you know, like, things that happened 10 years ago feel like yesterday. Like, it doesn't feel like that to me at all. I don't know if it... Just my brain perceives time differently. Maybe there's just a lot of weird shit that happens to me where so much happens and I'm going through so much. It feels like I've lived a lot longer. I have no idea, but... Yeah, it feels like I'm just so much has happened and so many things change and all this. Like, it feels like I've lived a span of 150 years. Thanks for the donation, though, Eye of the Goat.
Was it a conscious decision to move away from your old styles of series? A worst of the fitness industry, etc., or did you just get bored with it?
Well, it was mostly a conscious decision. I was just getting so overworked and stressed, uploading videos the way I was doing. It was just causing so many health problems. Like, if you remember years ago, I would very frequently get sick. I'd get colds and shit all the time. Like, every few months, I'd get sick. So... yeah, just the amount of fucking stress that I was under, and it caused mental and physical problems. I just had to kind of tone things down, and I transitioned to streaming. Thanks for the donation, though, Florida man.
Ritual, call it what you will, only then you truly have Jesus living inside of you, and only like that you can be a true Christian. That was the claim. For me, this was extremely cultish, extremely ritualistic, and I simply couldn't believe it, no matter how hard I tried to convince myself that this is the flesh of God. Anyway.
So this is just Catholicism, by the way. This isn't just Christianity. This is specifically Catholicism.
We're going to see what Elliot Hulse has to say about the subject. Guys, before we jump into the video, do me the favor. If you enjoy my work, leave me a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and check out the links in the description box below to further support. And now, with no further ado, let's have a look.
Yo, Elliot!
Yeah, eat God's body, drink his blood.
Bro, who wants to know, yo, Elliot, have you burnt out on being Catholic yet? Great question, bro, but before I answer that, you ought to know my name's Elliot Hulse. I'm a strong man, strength coach. I've been making men strong here on YouTube since 2007. You just stumbled upon my wisdom channel, where I answer your questions about life. I'll give you my insight, and if you post a question down below, I might make you a video. So, question from our dude, he says, yo, Elliot, love the work you're doing, been watching you a long time. What are your thoughts on Christianity and Catholicism? It looks like you went pretty hard, but appear to be coming away from it most recently. Do you think this is just a season or a permanent thing for you? I've explored all philosophies and religions, and at 28, I landed upon Catholicism, and I'm getting baptized ASAP. I am like you, and I tend to live by if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Yeah, I overdo. I'm an extremist. But I don't want to burn out with Christianity. Should I go slow into it, even though it says be hot or be cold, don't be lukewarm? Well, I'll tell you,
I don't really care so much if any of my romantic partners are super into exercise and lifting. So I don't look really for that specifically.
man, I'm hot. I'm still very hot. You just haven't seen me much because I haven't been making many YouTube videos, and I come back and answer your questions. So whatever your questions are, that's what you're gonna hear from me. I'm not an evangelist, right? That's one of the things I understand also too. You know, I became Catholic and I was like, all right, I'm gonna make a bunch of fucking Catholic videos, but then I realized it dawned on me that's not what God called me to do. God called me to be me in front of the screen, and that's what I gotta be. And I was censoring myself. I was trying to be something that I'm not. I'm 100% Catholic and I love the freaking faith, but I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna speak the way I speak. I'm gonna do it the way I do it, and it's not gonna be the only thing that I talk about because y'all got other types of questions. This is not an evangelistic channel. I do have one that's called Catechesis, but I haven't put anything on there because I'm just inconsistent anyway, right? So I might come back to that one at some point. So look, man, you talk about like, you know, burning out and like longevity in terms of the faith, and I'll tell you this, man. If it was any other faith or any other, you know, Christian denomination, right? You know that word denomination means to like to denominate, to have no name, like no brain, like no frills, right? Like we got the name brand Christian, which is Catholic, which is the OG, the only church that Christ established. But
yeah, this is a claim that you hear oftentimes from Catholic Christians that they have the OG church, the original church. But man, I have no dog in this fight. I'm not an Orthodox Christian. I'm not a Catholic Christian. I'm not a Christian at all. Alhamdulillah. I'm very happy about that. But that being said, it doesn't really take much research looking into and finding out that the Orthodox Christian church is, of course, the original church. Now, do I personally believe that Jesus Christ himself established that church? No, I don't. Because in the passage of the Bible, we read that he creates his gathering upon Peter, which will be his rock. The literal translation is gathering and not church. Then later on, it has been interpreted as a church. The real translation, as I said, is gathering, fellowship, something on those lines. But nevertheless, historically speaking, if we're talking about church Christianity, you simply have to look into the creeds and how Christianity was established in the first place, who those people were, and then you need to fast forward a little bit into the Great Schism and check why the so-called Catholic Church departed from the Orthodox Church. And then you will see that the Catholic Church came up with innovations, be it the Filioque, be it the papacy, and then you just double check what the early church did or didn't do. And then you will find out, wow, big surprise, the Orthodox Christian Church is actually the only church that is still adhering to the first creeds, to the OG Christianity, OG church Christianity, how I like to call it. So Catholics are definitely not the OGs.
I would have burnt out with any of those other ones because they're empty. All they have is the Bible. All they have is the Bible. All they got is a book. All you got is a book. Look, Bible bumping. Bro, you can't burn out on Catholicism because
not true. Yes, yet again, not true. This holds true for the Protestants. They go by sola scriptura. That's probably what he talks about. However, when it comes down to the tradition and the fullness of the Christian tradition, you will find that exclusively, actually, in the Orthodox Church.
As long as you frequent the sacraments, you are in God's grace, and he fills you with his life. The only way I could, and I would fall away because I have ADHD, I would absolutely get shiny object syndrome, and I like a lot of other shit. I love traditional Catholicism, like trad to the core, like Taylor Marshall hardcore, SSPX hardcore. I like it, but I can't live that way. I love all kinds of sinful things too, and it's just the way it's gonna be. I'm gonna do yoga from time to time. I like astrology, right?
Okay.
And you know, like, I was pretending like those things wasn't like interesting to me.
I mean, that's pretty crazy, to be honest. So things like astrology in Islam are absolutely haram, and they even bring you out of the fold of Islam, according to some. If you look into magical practices, occult practices, sihr, this kicks you out of the fold of Islam right away. And I would believe that it is the same thing in Catholicism, I would assume. In the Orthodox Christian context, astrology would fall under divination. Manteia is the real Orthodox term, and I'm sure it's the same in Catholicism. Moreover, you have sorcery, occultism.
Catholic to the core. It wasn't just me, it's my whole family, my whole world converted. My wife spends more time at our parish some weeks than she is at home. Well, that's not totally true, but she spends a whole lot of time at our parish. She's involved in everything. My daughter is about to become a nun. My oldest daughter wants to become a nun. My younger kids, they go to mass with us every weekend.
All right, well, they're all retarded.
ABC has paid Trump $16 million as part of a settlement for a defamation lawsuit that Trump filed against ABC in Florida related to statements by George Stephanopoulos. Did Trump have a valid claim, or is ABC just trying to get under the good graces of the president-elect? Well, the truth is somewhere in the middle. While this lawsuit wasn't quite as bad as some of the other complete nonsense lawsuits that he's filed, there were some very strange decisions made by the attorneys for ABC, and an insider account shows that this is not great for democracy or free speech. As you might have heard, on December 13th, 2024, Donald Trump and ABC News announced a settlement in Trump's defamation lawsuit over an interview where George Stephanopoulos claimed the jury had found Trump liable for raping E. Jean Carroll. Now, in the lawsuit that Stephanopoulos was referring to,
Why is Christianity still a thing in this 21st century?
Well, because there's still plenty of retards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Donald Trump was found liable for defamation related to sexually abusing, but not raping E. Jean Carroll. But then the judge said in relation to the jury's verdict, quote, it establishes, as against Mr. Trump, the fact that Mr. Trump raped her. But it's actually quite a bit more complicated than that. The network agreed to pay $60 million to settle the claims, including a $15 million donation to Trump's presidential library and $1 million to his legal team. ABC also issued a public apology stating, quote, ABC News and George Stephanopoulos regret statements regarding President Donald J. Trump made during an interview with Representative Nancy Mace on March 10th, 2024. But back to where all this started. On March 10th, 2024, Stephanopoulos interviewed South Carolina Republican Representative Nancy Mace, a rape victim and staunch defender of Donald Trump. During his interview, Stephanopoulos repeatedly asserted that Trump has been, quote, found liable for rape.
You've endorsed Donald Trump for president. Right. Donald Trump has been found liable for rape by a jury. Donald Trump has been found liable for defaming the victim of that rape by a jury. It's been affirmed by a judge.
Now, as we've covered in previous videos, a New York jury found Trump liable for defamation related to sexual abuse against Carroll. As the court explained, quote, the only point on which Ms. Carroll did not prevail was whether she proved that Mr. Trump had raped her within the narrow technical meaning of a particular section of New York penal law, a section that provides that the label rape, as used in criminal prosecutions in New York, applies only to vaginal penetration by penis. And here's a jury verdict form exculpating him from rape under New York law. So then why would Stephanopoulos repeatedly say that a jury found him liable for rape? Well, possibly because of what happened next. Trump filed a motion to get the verdict thrown out, claiming the award was excessive because the jury only found him guilty of groping her. Judge Lewis Kaplan denied the motion because Trump misrepresented what the jury found. Quote, the jury did not award Ms. Carroll more than $2 million for groping her breasts through her clothing, wrongful as that might have been. There was no evidence at all of such behavior. Instead, the proof convincingly established and the jury implicitly found that Mr. Trump deliberately and forcibly penetrated Ms. Carroll's vagina with his fingers, causing immediate pain and long-lasting emotional and psychological harm. Mr. Trump's argument therefore ignores the bulk of the evidence at trial, misinterprets the jury's verdict, and mistakenly focuses on the New York penal law definition of rape to the exclusion of the meaning of that word as it was often used in everyday life and of the evidence of what actually occurred between Ms. Carroll and Mr. Trump. And Judge Kaplan also said this, quote, the finding that Ms. Carroll failed to prove that she was raped within the meaning of the New York penal law does not mean that she failed to prove that Mr. Trump raped her as many people commonly understand the word rape. Indeed, as the evidence at trial recounted below makes clear, the jury found that Mr. Trump in fact did exactly that. And thus a reasonable person might conclude that Stephanopoulos echoed Judge Kaplan's finding during his interview with Representative Nancy Mace.
No, I'm questioning your political choices because you're supporting
me. You're
someone who's been found liable for rape. Actually, I'm not trying to.
You are. That's exactly
You're not
what
answering
you're
that.
Christopher Hatch donated $2. Can we get a laugh? Lol.
Can you hear me?
Doing?
Yeah, am I on? Am I on?
You're on.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, how you guys doing today?
Good. How are you? Doing good over here.
Talk about WrestleMania. I really miss the good old days, you know, when it's like Adrian Adonis. I miss Lou Albano and Andre the Giant and Bob Backlund and Blue Meanie and, you know, Berserker.
Lou was a really big...
Bam Bam Bigelow and Junkyard Dog, and I miss Conquistador, and I miss Spike Dudley, and I miss Dory Funk and Flash Funk and Haas Funk and Terry Funk.
Okay, I know how much you miss there. I just muted you here, you know, and you're telling me what you miss and everything, you know. What was your, as I bring you back on the air, I got to ask you, what's your general feeling on WrestleMania? Because that's what this is about.
It was about the wrestling back then when it was Hillbilly Jim and Kabuki and Jerry the King Lawler and when it was Mantar and Manu.
Okay, I do apologize there. He, you know, he's just going off names there, and I wasn't going to take that much longer. But this guy brought up Hillbilly Jim, you know.
Hello.
Caller, you're on the air.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about Hillbilly Jim?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was one of my favorite wrestlers. I remember one time I was in Mobile, Alabama, and I saw Hillbilly Jim wrestle that night. And the great thing about him is that he was a man of the people. We went to a bar afterwards, and he was drinking beer with us, and, you know, we went into the bathroom, and I sucked his cock. It was huge. The guy was just a real good sport at all that shit. I loved him. Big Becker too, man. He faced like a wild animal.
Okay, good enough for you. Good enough for you. You know, if you're gonna call up and do crank calls, you don't need to be here. You know, this is about WrestleMania. This is not about the.
Not Howard Stern. He is such a horrible person.
I don't know what Howard Stern did. A lot of his interviews are funny. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Things you want to do, buddy. Caller 646, I'm going to let you back on, but you don't need to be strolling with names.
I forgot to mention Lanny Poffo, Leaping Lanny Poffo, and one man.
Oh, man.
Okay, good enough.
That's some good shit. The
biggest.
I think it's disgusting.
Well, you're welcome to say that, but you also have to answer the question. Why are you supporting someone who's been found liable for rape?
But it's clear that the precise language that Stephanopoulos used was incorrect. So Trump filed a defamation lawsuit against Stephanopoulos and ABC Disney. And now on the eve of Trump taking his seat as President of the United States for the second time, ABC has not only settled the case for a whopping $16 million, but also issued a formal apology. So what gives? Well, when a public figure like Donald Trump accuses someone of defamation, the outcome is determined by the standards set forth in Landmark 1964 case, New York Times versus Sullivan. That case established that public figures must prove not only that the statement was false, but that it was made with actual malice, which is a term of art. It does not mean they had ill intentions, but that the speaker either knew it was false or acted with reckless disregard for the truth. And as far as the law is concerned, truth is an absolute defense against defamation. And generally, the law does not require absolute precision for a statement to be considered true. On the contrary, a substantially true statement is also a defense to defamation. And courts recognize that protecting some inaccuracies is necessary to promote the broader goal of enabling the free flow of truthful speech. And the principle is embodied in the substantial truth doctrine, which allows the speaker to make minor factual errors as long as they do not materially change the essence of the statement. And as long as the speaker gets the gist of the statement right, they are generally protected from a defamation lawsuit, even if they got some of the details wrong. And the substantial truth doctrine is an important tool because if the defendant can demonstrate that a disputed statement is substantially true, judges will usually grant summary judgment, which dismisses the case before trial. And for all those reasons, Stephanopoulos probably...
What are your thoughts on Tommy Robinson's imprisonment in the United Kingdom?
Guys, I wanted to start.
From what I can tell, every single time he's ever been jailed, it was completely unjustifiable. The UK is a complete and utter totalitarian shithole. They have no right to free speech. People literally get prison sentences for prayer, and I'm not even exaggerating. Let me see if I can find the video. The UK is like the most insane, ridiculous fucking place. I don't know how the fuck anybody is still living there, honestly. Give me a second. Remember I sent the video to a friend of mine. That's not it. Here we go.
For centuries, Britain was a bastion of democracy. Today, it's become a bastion of censorship. Police hunt down and charge anyone who expresses what the government says is a wrong idea. Dale Hurd brings us that story from London.
When a British lawyer and free speech advocate wanted to test the United Kingdom's censorship laws, she tweeted that perhaps her cat is a Methodist because it likes Dreamy's cat treats. Then she asked a friend to report her for hate speech against Methodists to see.
Bend over to Tellers. Apparently, the NYPD found that this incident wasn't considered an anti-Semitic hate crime, but just a terrible accident. I mean, shit like that happens. It wouldn't surprise me if it was like some old person who forgot what the gas pedal and the brake pedal is, or some stupid shit like that, or they fell asleep. So I've seen accidents like that all the time. I wouldn't just immediately assume it's a hate crime. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
My god, this is downright evil.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
See what might happen, and local police issued a case number. Sarah Phillimore then tweeted more nonsensical posts about her pets and says she now has a police record.
And it was recorded under the heading, "A Barrister Posting Hate."
When British police stopped Army veteran Adam Smith Connor as he was praying for a son lost to an abortion while standing in an abortion clinic buffer zone, officers' first question to him was, "What is the nature of your prayer?"
What is the nature of your prayer?
I'm praying for my son.
And for that, Smith Connor was convicted of what many are calling a thought crime.
Yeah. If you pray in the UK, you can be criminally charged.
Dr. Kelvin Wright, also a British Army veteran, saw his military career effectively ruined after being put through an Army disciplinary process for sharing a social media post in favor of women's rights that offended a transgender British soldier. Although exonerated, Wright left the Army.
So you ask me what the moral is. Well, the frightening moral is that don't say any opinions.
British police have investigated 250,000 so-called non-crime hate incidents in the last 10 years, an average of 66 every day. And some have gone to prison. When it comes to freedom, Britain is at a tipping point. This is a nation that prides itself as being a champion of liberty. And yet some are warning that Britain is sleepwalking into a totalitarian future. Toby Young, the founder of Britain's Free...
I mean, there's a reason why the movie V for Vendetta was made, and it takes place in the UK.
Speech Union says a few years ago he thought the censorship in Britain couldn't possibly get worse. Now he says that was naive.
I liken it to falling through a burning building. You know, every time you think things can't get any worse and you've finally reached rock bottom, the floor gives way and you're falling again.
Some, like London Telegraph columnist Alison Pearson, have been investigated for social media posts a year or more old, what Toby Young calls offense archaeology. Get charged with a non-crime hate incident and it can become a stain on your career, showing up on background checks.
No reasonable person wants to have on a police record.
Yeah.
You are 100% correct. I lived in the United Kingdom for many years. I can confirm that the totalitarianism of the UK is far worse than people even publicised. Worse still is the double standard of policing between native Brits and Muslims.
Yeah, they let Muslims do whatever they want, rape children and all that, and then they arrest people for praying. It's insane. I don't know how anybody can live there. It's retarded. Like, maybe, like, boomers who don't use the internet, like, don't really care, and, like, the only other people who I could imagine wouldn't want to move are people who are, like, poor, who just can't. Like, I don't know why anybody would want to move there, or stay living there. The UK is just a absolute fucking shithole. Thanks for the donation, though, Florida man.
That you are guilty of some form of hate.
After former police officer Harry Miller faced...
Like, isn't that Orwellian, by the way? You might say something that isn't even a crime, but it shows up on your police record. Like, if you search a criminal record, it will say you've committed some sort of hate thing, even though it's not a crime. Like, that's fucking insane. Will Mage donate $2. W patriarchy. Lol. Yeah, really. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
Charges of what police labeled transphobic hate speech in 2019. He began the organization Fair Cop to challenge law enforcement interfering with free speech. He was joined by Sarah Phillimore.
The vast majority of police officers in this country are sick and tired of this nonsense. They too have to be careful about the opinions that they express, because they too can find themselves at the wrong end of a non-crime hate incident, a disciplinary, and potentially being thrown out of the police force. But I've seen far too many police officers who look like they are enjoying what they're doing.
While Britain does not have a First Amendment like the US, British common law is supposed to protect speech. However, news commentator Connor Tomlinson says you can't say Britain has free speech when only speech approved by the government is allowed.
So no, we don't have free speech in this country. Instead, if you're a Christian, if you question the open borders, mass immigration agenda, or if you say some, let's say, febrile and ill-advised things on a social media app, but you are not a member of a state-approved left-wing NGO, then you will be sent to prison.
Adam Smith Connors says his legal ordeal has been personally tough after he fought for freedom in Afghanistan, risked his life, and lost friends there.
I've got a profound sense of sadness that for our nation, that the fact that we have plummeted to such a depth so quickly.
In his book 1984, George Orwell depicted a future totalitarian state modeled after Stalin's Soviet Union. He probably never imagined that Britain one day would be described as Orwellian.
The idea that you can be criminalized for a non-crime, for instance, it's pure Orwell. This is straight out of 1984. As I told the police, 1984 is a dystopian novel. It is not a police how-to manual.
Young believes free speech can be restored.
Watch this and react.
Let me take a look.
Like, what is the idea? What did God intend for creation?
Genesis 1:29 is part of the first conversation between God and human beings.
In fact, if you actually read what Genesis says,
Alright, yeah, he's a Seventh-day Adventist.
I told Adam and Eve to be vegans.
He said, I have given you every herb bearing seed, and every fruit that has seed in it. To you it shall be for meat.
And it's the first time in the creation story that God describes creation as very good. Tov ma'od. Up until that point, God just says, it's good, it's good, it's good. But when we get the instructions to eat a plant-based diet, now creation is very good.
You know, our body is a temple of the Lord, the temple of the Holy Spirit, the Bible tells us. And we treat our bodies like dumpsters, right? You don't put trash in a temple.
And when I see people who call themselves Christians eating fried chicken and pork chops and all this stuff that they know and that's going to destroy their health simply because it tastes good, then I have to ask, do you love the pleasure of eating this unhealthy food more than you love God?
The book of Psalms teaches that the world is built through kindness.
That statement doesn't even make any sense because according to Christians, if you die, you go to heaven. So wouldn't the goal be to die as quickly as you can? Like smoke cigarettes, drink alcohol, eat like shit, and then like as long as you don't hurt anybody or commit any sin, you're good. It's just such a stupid belief. Dodo donated $2. We have to just tell these Muslims we don't respect their worthless cultural norms or retarded beliefs. What's wrong is wrong, period. Well, I get what you're saying, but yeah, I don't know, like, we just live in a cucked, feminized society, dude. I don't know who, like, I don't know why anybody fucking gives a shit about, embracing other cultures, even if you disagree with them and shit. Like, if you think something's fucked up and stupid, like, say it's fucked up and stupid. I don't need to appeal to anybody's fucking sensibilities. Why the fuck do I have to, like, agree to disagree with somebody if I think what they're doing is fucking insane and retarded and fucked up? Like, did we ever say to the Nazis, like, we disagree with you killing all the Jews, but, that's your personal beliefs and we respect them. Like, no, we literally bombed the ever-living shit out of them and tried everything we could to wipe them off the fucking map. So, yeah, we just live in a cucked, feminized bitch society where there's this idea of, oh, we need to be inclusive, we need to respect other cultures and religions and shit. Like, no, we don't. If we think something's stupid, like, call it out for being fucking stupid. And don't put up with fucking bullshit. Like, we don't need to invite any of these people into our fucking country. They have the privilege of living here, and that privilege is given to them by us. If they're assholes and we don't like them, yeah, get the fuck out. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We bring heaven down to earth.
Ah, gross. What the fuck?
In every interaction, in every act of food consumption, in every choice we make, we have the opportunity to elevate the sparks of holiness in whatever we encounter.
Yeah, that's a stupid documentary.
In Britain, but citizens must get involved.
If we abandon our belief, our commitment to free speech, it'll be not just catastrophic for us, but catastrophic for the rest of the world.
Dale Hurd, CBN News, London.
Well, we need to get back to the principle of the, quote, free world, close quote, that we don't have.
Yeah, this is what's happened to the UK, and this is what is starting to happen to America in some weird ways. It's definitely happening to Canada. You end up getting large corporations infiltrating government And like you can just look at the Prime Minister of the UK, all of his friends also work in the government. All of these political parties are friends with each other. They all go out drinking, have a laugh, and they have these silly arguments when they're in. I don't know what they call it in the UK, Parliament or whatever the fuck, but they're all buddies. And they're all mega millionaires. They all have like net worths of several hundreds of fucking millions. So what's ended up happening is you have this elite ruling class that has their own personal interests. They're big, huge mega millionaires who own these large corporations. And they've just found ways to leverage the government that they're a part of to make themselves more money. By allowing in mass fucking immigration, allowing foreign actors and foreign governments and agencies to buy up property, buy up businesses, buy up their private sector. They're trying to sell their nuclear energy system to China at one point, which is fucking crazy. And they're all just trying to find a way to make themselves richer and richer while everyone else gets fucked over. And similar things happening in the US, like you're seeing Elon Musk weasel his way into the fucking government with Trump. All of these, crypto, pseudo banking organizations that aren't really banks, they're trying to weasel in. Like, they're all doing this. It's happening everywhere. It's especially bad in the UK and Canada right now. And it is happening in other countries in Europe, like Sweden and shit. But, yeah, and it's especially bad in a nation like the UK that has no free speech laws. There's nothing in their constitution that protects speech.
I need some relationship advice. My GF said I wasn't giving her enough time when I wanted to go to Vegas with the boys for a week, so I cancelled the fucking trip and spent it with her. All of the sudden no sex, so affection, and she's bitchy. I want to die.
Well, did I skip a donation by accident? Yeah, so, you fucked up. Anytime a girl, does this shit where, oh, don't spend time with your friends, spend time with me, and you fall for that trap, she's just testing you to see if you'll just do whatever you want. So, because you gave in and did what she asked, she thinks you're a bitch now. And because she thinks you're like a beta male simp, she's treating you like shit, acting bitchy, not giving you sex. So, I'd tell her, look, if we ain't fucking, like, just tell her straight up. Look, I did this for you, and now you're acting like a fucking bitch, you're not giving me any sex. If we're not fucking, and you don't change your attitude, we're breaking up. That should be the next thing you tell her. So, and if she says, okay, fine then, and we're breaking up, then break up. You don't need her. Get another fucking girl. Move on. So don't ever give in to women. If they say bullshit like, you're not spending enough time with me and you had like a trip planned with your friends or something, yeah, just go on the trip. Don't listen to them. Thanks for the donation, Rubby, my chubby.
100%. It's the elite agenda to bring Muslim into Europe to destroy Christianity. Whites are cucked. If I was dictator, I'd execute or deport all Muslims and atheists. Animals are better than them. Accept Jesus before it's too late. God will destroy all of you.
Yeah, I don't think I agree with that. Thanks for the donation though, Lala.
Many remain in the UK due to the boiling of the frog analogy, i.e. conditions have got slowly yet incrementally worse for the past 50 years, but due to the long time horizon, they aren't cognizant of how dire things have become.
Maybe, like, the UK is really shitty though. Like, at this point, everyone should realize it's fucked and should get out. Like, I know people in the UK are stupid, so maybe it's just they're dumb, but if you're a sensible person and you're not stupid, the only reason you'd stay in the UK is because you don't have the financial ability to leave. Like, that would be the only fucking reason. Thanks for the donation, though, Florida man.
Probably thought that he was on safe legal ground when he asked Mace about Donald Trump committing rape. And on these facts, ABC probably had a reasonable expectation that the case would be thrown out on a motion to dismiss, a motion that's made before any of the discovery even begins. But that's not what happened here. Now, obviously, if you're fighting off a defamation claim from someone that has a lot of money to throw at lawyers, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal saying that under Florida law, a case could only be dismissed if there was no defamatory meaning behind the defendant's statements. Quote, defendant cited cases stand only for the proposition that a court can dismiss a complaint based on a substantial truth if no factual question.
Nancy Pelosi has a congressional salary of $193,400 per annum, works full-time for the government, and a net worth of approximately $196 million. Make it make sense.
Yeah, a lot of people in the government are massive mega millionaires. And, again, it's no wonder why these people do things that benefit the rich, because they're part of the rich. So they're going to have tax policies that keep everybody poor, make it very difficult to really rapidly accelerate their wealth. And they're going to want to do things like cut Social Security, Medicaid, you know, lower taxes on the wealthy, lower capital gains, get rid of, you know, that inheritance tax and all that shit. So, yeah. There is a flip side to that, though. There are people who generate that level of wealth who aren't just self-interested dickheads. So, like, Bill Gates would be a good example of this. And some of those people do have genuine political interests, and because they have that level of wealth, they don't end up getting corrupted by, you know, big investment firms or lobbyists saying, hey, if you promote this idea, we'll give you money, you know, crap like that. But yeah, like when you're wondering why the tax system is so fucking crazy, why, you know, these massive billionaires don't have to pay any fucking taxes, why there's no Medicaid for all, you know, why there's a crumbling infrastructure, like all the shit. Yeah, it's, well, there's your answer. Thanks for the donation, Florida man.
So we have a confirmed date and time to meet with the Mossad. It will be Monday, January 6th. We will have 700 fighter jets for your protection, and 5 NATO members will have their armies patrol the ground while we are in Israel meeting with the Mossad.
Alright, well that's good news. Hopefully Israel can fuck some more shit up. Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold.
Questions are present. Where court first determines that these statements are susceptible to a defamatory interpretation, factual questions arise that should be resolved by the trier of fact, here a jury. The Florida judge said that Stephanopoulos' statements had to be considered in context. Quote, here Stephanopoulos was not describing plaintiff's actions or Carol's testimony against him. He was describing...
Bend over, donate $2, let me see.
Cowards! You run away! Now look at you smirking at me! I'm a disabled ex-serviceman, 15 years! You're smirking at me and letting them burn my flag, which is your flag! You cowards, everyone here! And now I'll fuck off home, because it's a disgrace!
Yep. They're letting people in the country who hate the country want to turn it into a Muslim caliphate. Again, we have a cucked bitch feminist society, and you know, this is what you get. Everyone's a fucking pussy. Hours after a radicalized Islamic terrorist killed 15 people in a terror attack, terror supporters are calling for an Antifada revolution.
Revolution! Antifada revolution!
If only Trump could deport them all. British police were called to a house after a neighbor heard screams. They found a young girl naked and drunk with 7 Pakistani men.
And at 2:30 in the morning, the next morning, a woman on the other side of Rotherham had picked up the phone and dialed 999 because she'd heard a young girl screaming in the house next door. Police had gone round to the house. They found this 13-year-old girl with another young girl. She was almost completely naked. She was blind drunk, and she was with 7 adult Pakistani men. She was drunk and leery. And South Yorkshire Police arrested the 13-year-old girl for being drunk and disorderly. They took her back to the station, put her in the cells, eventually charged her, and she was convicted. They didn't even question the men as to why they were in a house with a 13-year-old girl who was nearly naked in the early hours of the morning.
Libs of TikTok uploaded this, so usually I'm skeptical about these sorts of news stories they share, but that sounds about right for the UK police. So I'd believe it because it's the UK. If it were like the United States or something, I'd research this, but no, it's the UK. That sounds about right. Yep. Wouldn't want to be, why would you risk being called a racist for, arresting Pakistani men who are probably raping an underage girl, right?
Tell us what you said to Prime Minister Netanyahu in your call on Saturday.
Yeah.
And have you spoken to President Putin since your election?
Well, I'm not going to comment on the Putin question, but I will comment on Bibi. We had a very good talk. We discussed what is going to happen, and I'll be very available on January 20th, and we'll see.
Yeah, that's the one good thing about the Trump presidency. He'll probably back Israel way more.
Point, investigators believe Jabbar picked up the rented F-150 in Houston, Texas on December 30th. He then drove from Houston to New Orleans on the evening of the 31st, and he posted several videos to an online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS. There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are time-stamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer. He also provided a will and testament. At this point,
yeah, it's funny how there's all this talk about, oh, we gotta ban the AR-15, all these mass shootings. Like, you're seeing an increase in vehicle attacks, and vehicle attacks on average are actually more deadly. Generally speaking, when you see these car attacks where people rent a van or a truck or something, around 10 or 15 people die. There was the van attack that happened years ago in Toronto. I think he killed 11 or 12 people. I know there have been a few attacks in Europe where, again, around 10, 15 people die. Like, it's usually around 10, 15, whereas these mass shootings, they usually don't go above 10. So people have better luck ramming through a crowd of people with a big car than gunning people down with, like, an AR-15. Is anybody talking about rental truck bans? No. It's stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Bend Over. Sengoku donated $2. Would you say anime is centered to more introverted people? Also, would you say society coddles people too much, and that's why this generation of men are beta sims? No, I wouldn't say anime caters more to introverts. Like, maybe certain genres appeal more to introverted people, like, I don't know, isekais or something. And I don't know exactly why society has gotten so cucked. We've definitely created a culture of shame about masculinity, for sure, where like this happened to me growing up. Like, I could never fight any of my friends. Like, if I wanted to just wrestle kids in school, like friends of mine, just for fun, out in the playground, the teachers would be like, fighting's bad, fighting for any reason, you can't do that. Like, it's gay, cucked, retarded shit. Like, who the fuck had the idea that boys just wrestling in a schoolyard is a bad thing? Like, that's insane to me. So, yeah, there's definitely a culture that's being cultivated where, you know, men just doing men things, like just, you know, fighting and wrestling for fun. Oh, that's bad. You can't have any violence. It's fashionable to shame men and call them pieces of shit and call women queens and like, oh, women are above men. It's fashionable to say these things. It's become fashionable to shame men, like, about everything. Like, oh, you can't talk to women that way. And so, I don't know, maybe some of that is part of it. But, yeah, everyone's just become gay, weenie cucks. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Yeah, it was a weird request because I always give her time, I always text her first and call her, so I was so taken back by what she asked. I was just doing the right thing by giving her what she asked for. I never expected this. She's so fucking cold now.
Yeah, dude, never give in to women. When women tell you to do something, tell them to go fuck themselves. So if you have a plan to go hang out with your buddies and she says, I need you to stay here because I need you right now, I'm going through a tough time, tell her to suck it up. And if she doesn't like it, then she can fucking leave. You need to make women understand that you can always find some other bitch. You don't need her. You are quite capable of cleaning the dishes on your own. And you can always find some other chick to fill the role of, you know, for just sex or, you know, girlfriend, you know. Anytime they think that they can control and manipulate you and get you to do things, they're going to lose respect for you, act like a bitch, and then leave you. So again, you're thinking with your man brain, oh, if I do something nice for her, she'll appreciate it, and then there'll be reciprocity. That's not how women think. Women have a totally different way of thinking, and you could call it female psychosis, because either way, they're going to be upset. They want both things to be true. They want you to be an assertive, masculine male who doesn't take shit, does what he wants, but they also want you to do what they want, like they tell you to do. So they're going to be upset either way, but the outcome that benefits you the most is the outcome in which they stay with you and they go along with what you say. So never make a woman feel like she can control you, manipulate you, you know, never give in to any of their demands. Like if she says, oh, you can't spend time with your friends because I need you right now. No, spend time with your friends. Do whatever the fuck you want. And then if they push further and try to like guilt trip you and shit, just make it obvious that you do not need them. Just tell her straight up. If you have a fucking problem with the way I live my life and, you know, me spending time with my friends, then fucking leave. I don't need your horseshit. And they'll fall in line. They'll do exactly what you fucking tell them to do. So, yeah, you fucked up. I would say just break up with her. Thanks for the donation, Rubby my chubby.
At Benedict Arnold. Are you hiring right now? For particularly in a cybersecurity field? Officially got certified and CompTIA. It could be a great asset for ethical hacking terrorist.
Okay, I guess that was a question to Benedict Arnold. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Alawali Blue Vegan donated $2 to chat. If you want to talk about things I don't like hearing, I am going to mute you, then you can ask Versified why I banned you. Even Versified I might ban because he's been saying some wild stuff. Oh damn, that's a nice nose. No! Oh my god, why do these women get plastic surgery? Well, it's still big. I don't mind this one because they kept her nose nice and big and pointy, so... I was worried her nose would be smaller, but that's still a good nose. Thanks for the donation, Alawali.
Describing the jury's verdict. And the judge said, quote, a reasonable jury could interpret Stephanopoulos' statements as defamatory. Stephanopoulos' exchange with Mace lasted about 10 minutes, during which Stephanopoulos stated 10 times the jury or juries had found plaintiff liable for rape. In fact, of course, the Carroll 2 jury did not find plaintiff liable for rape under New York penal law. It was Judge Kaplan who determined that the jury's verdict amounted to liability for rape.
Thoughts on Nigel Farage and the Reform Party in the UK? Genuinely conservative, and potential to turn the tide on the UK's dire current trajectory.
Nigel Farage is an incompetent moron, and so is this party. Every party in the UK is completely incompetent and stupid. No matter how the UK votes, it hasn't really changed anything. They're still letting in, like, mass amounts of immigrants and shit, so... I'm not holding my breath. I'll believe it when I see it. But every party in the UK is corrupt. They're all buddies. They all go out drinking together. I've never seen so many people in a government across all parties that are fundamentally apolitical. They don't really have any real political position. They just have weird, social beliefs where, oh yeah, let in immigrants and, this and that, and let's all get along, and none of them are really political. Like, they don't have any real allegiance to the country itself. They're generally just self-interested. So I'll believe it when I see it, but I've seen, like, their economic plan. It's completely and utterly nonsensical and insanely vague. They don't really say anything. So, yeah, I don't think they have any real plan, and they're just moralizing. Thanks for the donation, though, Florida Man.
Watch this all.
The Word of God says in Romans chapter 3, verse 23, "For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God." The Bible defines sin as the transgression of the law or the breaking of God's law. As sinners, we stand guilty before God and condemned already.
I do absolutely nothing wrong, and I am a perfect human being.
James chapter 2, verse 10 says, "For whosoever shall keep the whole law and yet offend in one point, he is guilty of all." Undoubtedly, we have all committed offenses contrary to the law of God with our thoughts, with our words, with our deeds. Jesus said, "Whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her."
Yeah, so this is just some gay cucked bullshit. Christianity, like, maybe this is why society's become cucked. Like, they literally shame you for being a man and being attracted to women. How much of a gay, bitch, faggot, cucked religion? Like, maybe this is why society has slowly gone down the shitter? Like, it's... Yeah, we have entire nations where the majority of fucking people believe it is shameful to be a man who is attracted to women. It's just gay, cucked shit. Who would, like, it's just... Okay, be a faggot, worship Jesus, suck his dick. Bend over for God, let him fuck your asshole. Because apparently, liking women is a sin, so yeah, let Jesus fuck you.
Yet none of these particularities make it into the segment such that a reasonable viewer would have indisputably understood what defendants now brief in detail. Now, none of that is completely unreasonable. When you're in the motion to dismiss stage, you're looking only at the allegations in the complaint itself and asking as a legal matter only, not a factual matter, could these allegations possibly state a claim? The judge must assume the factual allegations are true, and if there is a disputed issue of fact, you cannot grant the motion to dismiss. Now, that being said, defamation cases are often susceptible to being disposed of at the motion to dismiss stage. You look at these statements as they were alleged to have been made, and you make a decision based on a question of law whether that rises to the possibility of defamation. If they don't, then the case is simply dismissed. And here, another judge probably could have come to the conclusion that, based on these statements as alleged, they don't rise to the level of defamation. But here, either option is not outside the bounds of legal reasonability. But at base, the Florida judge wasn't saying that Donald Trump was definitely going to win, merely that they couldn't dismiss the case at this early of a juncture. Now, under normal circumstances, this ruling would probably concern ABC's lawyers, but was it really so serious that they needed to immediately settle for $16 million? Well, that's where things get a little strange. The judge's order did not mean the case would go to trial. The ruling only ensured that the parties would conduct discovery. In a civil case like this, discovery is the pretrial process where both parties exchange information and gather evidence to prepare for trial. It allows each side to learn about the facts and evidence that the other party is going to present at trial. And this process was already well underway. And in fact, Donald Trump was scheduled to sit for a 4-hour deposition on December 16th. And that's part of why the timing of the settlement was so peculiar here. The discovery process can be expensive, but it wouldn't amount to too much in this case, especially considering both parties had access to the bank accounts in the billions of dollars. The order from the judge to make Donald Trump sit for deposition, as well as George Stephanopoulos, just a week after the order, was widely hailed as a huge win for ABC. Because Donald Trump doesn't like sitting for depositions, and when he does, the results can be disastrous. And the cost of doing so, basically paying a few lawyers to prep the deposition of Donald Trump and to defend the deposition of George Stephanopoulos, wouldn't have been all that much. You'd think that if you're ABC News, you would relish the opportunity to ask the incoming president questions under oath for 4 hours. After all, Trump has a history of erratic and damaging testimony. In past depositions, Trump has made statements that directly contradicted his legal claims, like misidentifying a photo of E. Jean Carroll as his ex-wife Marla Maples.
I don't even know who the woman. Let's see. I don't know who. It's Marla.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla. Yeah, that's my wife.
Which one are you pointing to? No.
Here. Oh,
The person you just pointed to was E. Jean Carroll.
Who's that? Who is this?
But at the same time, the deposition of George Stephanopoulos would also have posed some risks for ABC News as well, since Trump's lawyers would question him on his knowledge about the jury's verdict. And in an interview with E. Jean Carroll, Stephanopoulos asked Carroll how she felt about the jury not returning a rape verdict. And I'm sure the defense would have used that interview as proof that he knew or should have known the parameters of the jury's findings, likely setting the stage for suggesting that Stephanopoulos knew the facts but disregarded them, which would have gone a long way towards establishing actual malice. So it's true that the depositions posed risks for both sides. That isn't unusual at all. And once the discovery was completed, the parties would have filed motions for summary judgment, where ABC would have had another chance to get the case dismissed before trial. And not to mention, there was probably a not insignificant chance that Donald Trump just didn't show up for his deposition, which might have led to discovery sanctions later on and potentially getting the case thrown out.
Bend over to Tillers. Interesting takes from a right-leaning atheist organization. Christianity is the belief that man is spiritually equal, but that God wants him to be materially unequal. Socialism is the obvious conclusion that God is therefore evil and that man should be made materially equal to... What? Okay, that sounds retarded. Wokeism is Christianity if true. Atheists do not get organized soon. We will be crushed between a hammer of woke and an evil of theists. Didn't this person just promote socialism? Wait, did you give me the same link twice? Well, thanks for the donation, Ben.
On that basis as well. But at base, it is understandable that ABC would have been concerned what a Florida jury might find in this case if it ever went to a jury. But a jury trial was a long way off at this point.
I'm not watching that whole video. It's boring.
The Word of God says in Romans, be buried and rise again from the dead. This were yet sinners, Christ died because I'm a good person. Would you say that I'm trusting in Jesus? Sirs, what and whosoever liveth and believeth.
Why would I watch this? Like, I'm not watching 10 minutes of that for no fucking reason.
And there's no way that the lawyers would have generated tens of millions of dollars in fees, which is another thing that's really strange about this settlement. The network agreed to cough up $16 million. Now, in some jurisdictions, including Florida, a public figure must show actual monetary damages arising from all defamatory statements, including those which qualify as defamatory per se. That means that in addition to proving the actual...
Like, I already know all the stupid bullshit about Christianity. Like, oh, you have to be believe to be saved. And like, okay, great.
Well,
I'm not wasting 10 minutes of my time watching that shit.
Statements. And I'm reminded of an observation from law professor Joe Dunman, who says, quote, when I teach defamation in courts, I use him, Trump, as a hypo to test each of the elements. I personally think he's defamation proof. You can't hurt his rep further among among his enemies, and his fans believe nothing negative about him. Literally everyone is in one camp or the other. And not to mention, given the deluge of news coverage that Trump received in the run-up to the election, it's hard to imagine that Stephanopoulos' interview even made a ripple in that pond. But on the other hand, Trump might have been able to convince the court to presume he suffered damages because the claims were egregious. A jury made up of Floridians could be highly motivated to find in Trump's favor regardless of the facts, or punish ABC regardless of the facts. And as George Conway points out, quote, the ABC News settlement makes zero sense from a legal standpoint. It assumes there is a moral or reputational difference between forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina with fingers and doing so with a penis. It also assumes that Trump has a reputation that could suffer damage. But look, big corporations are risk-averse, and ABC obviously felt that the best course of action was to publicly apologize to Donald Trump and pay him $16 million for the offense. And obviously ABC's parent company, Disney, doesn't want to get into politics if it can avoid it, which we've seen in the past. And it's also possible that ABC Disney wanted to curry favor with the incoming president. And the New York Times claimed it spoke to 3 anonymous sources about the rationale for the settlement, and according to the New York Times, the lawyers thought that a Florida jury would eventually award Trump with a judgment that far exceeded the amount of the proposed settlement. And according to the Times report, ABC's lawyers admitted that if the damage award was excessive, the company would have a good case on appeal, but ABC didn't have the appetite for a multi-year fight. And the company feared that Trump would use the power of the presidency to come after them. And ABC's lawyers apparently also feared that the case would have devastating long-term effects for journalism. Quote, in the worst case scenario, Disney concluded, fighting the case would lead to the Supreme Court and become a vehicle for Mr. Trump and his allies to overturn the landmark First Amendment decision, the New York Times versus Sullivan. So don't be surprised if a bunch of news organizations flee the country, where they would really benefit from today's sponsor, Saley. Because Saley is the answer to how can tons of data, unfortunately, planned and activated all on the.
Well, that's Trump.
Start the New Year's off right. I had this whole video dedicated to a step-by-step guide to programming. It's right now. For me to stop and shine a light on some petty disagreement I had with somebody requires something bigger being at stake, like some vital lesson that people are regularly missing, or an example of something egregious. But if you've watched any of my stuff, you know that people representing the field of science to bolster their status while simultaneously acting in bad faith, promoting bullshit, and refusing to engage in actual discussions relevant to the topic, that's right at the top of my list of egregiousness that merits a video clapback. Now you can call this drama bait all you want, but not starting drama is not a virtue. It's pacifist nonsense. And for all the people that are continuously going on about the amount of bullshit in the fitness industry, many of those people are allergic to callouts when it's their guy. So I present to you newly anointed Dr. Wenning. Yes, apparently he was knighted by the high order of PE doctors that come out of the kinesiology department, and I happened to stumble on a post from one Andrew Locke, who's a character in his own right, but he was posting something I thought was kind of dumb. On Andrew Locke's page, he was recommending a method for finding a bench press grip. See, Locke apparently got this from when.
Jesus Lord, donate $2. It's 1 minute, 19 minutes long. Watch, please, I implore you.
The Word of God says in Acts chapter 16, verses 30 and 31, and brought them out and said, notice this question, sirs, what must I do to be saved? How plain of a question, how simple and straightforward of a question. What must I do to be saved? Here's the answer. And they said, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved, and thy house. How simple of an answer, how profound and powerful of an answer. Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved. What must I do to be saved? What must I do to receive eternal life? What must I do in response to what Jesus Christ did for me in order to go to heaven? Here's the answer, friend. Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved, and thy house. No mention of water baptism. No mention of church attendance, good works, self-reformation, or turning from all of your sins. No, the sole condition for salvation is faith in Jesus Christ. Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved. That is salvation by grace alone, through faith alone, in Jesus Christ alone.
Yeah, so these sorts of beliefs are just brainwashing tactics. No one needs to be saved. We live in a pointless, aimless, meaningless universe, and when you die, there's nothing but infinite blackness. Your consciousness ceases to exist. You don't exist anymore. You're done. There's no afterlife. There's no benefit to living a certain way. You know, there's no afterlife where you get rewarded for being a good little bitch. So this is all a brainwashing tactic where if you just agree with us, oh, well, you're going to get rewarded. If you do what we say, oh, you're going to get rewarded. Yeah, you're going to get, like, the ultimate reward. Infinite fucking handjobs from, like, fucking teenage girls in heaven. Infinitely. Like, it's just horseshit. It's a scare tactic and a reward thing to get simp, incel, loser, bitch, beta male cucks to do whatever you fucking want. Religion just creates fucking beta males who, you know, will listen to daddy because daddy will give him a big reward if he's a good little bitch, but if you're a bad boy, well, then you're gonna get a spanking for all of eternity. You're a pussy if you believe in this shit. Thanks for the donation, Jesus is Lord. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. No Catholic could subscribe, even do moderate socialism. Pope St. John Paul. Socialism is just Christianity without God. No. If you read Nietzsche, Parable of the Madman, then you would see that wokeism is a natural result of atheism, materialism, that some of the more logical atheists could see coming in. This is a misunderstanding of Nietzsche. Wokeism is the natural endpoint of Christianity once you remove God, which is only a limited kind of atheism. Nietzsche wanted men to reject Christianity, not just its God. This person sounds a little unhinged and says contradictory things. Nietzsche did say Christianity is for basically bitch beta males. It's time for us to not be nice to religion anymore. I'd agree with that. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Bernie on his Labour chuddock, and also a lot of people seem convinced the Adrian guy is an Elon Musk halt, and that's it's a quasi-mainstream opinion.
Oh, you only need to believe, that's all God asks. We don't want anything from you. Oh, cool. So I can rape children. I can commit school shootings, mass murders, and then as long as I believe in Jesus, I guess I get infinite paradise. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's stupid. Elon Musk is wrong. The main function of the H-1B visa program is not to hire the best and brightest, but rather replace good-paying American jobs. Cheaper labor they hire. I looked into this a little bit. There is a lot of stupid bullshit in the H-1 visa program where big corporations like, Apple, Google, they do try to use H-1B visas to hire cheaper foreign labor. So, there does have to actually be a revision to H-1B visas. Doesn't mean they're inherently a bad idea, but there needs to be stricter regulations with H-1B visas. The other post Elon made in this poll thread before being exposed and deleting everything are really a sight to behold. Only the top 1% will get a chance to earn citizenship? Yeah, right. Wow. What a loser. I can't believe he played that fucking game. I'm not Elon, but I'm a close friend. Like, oh my god. What a pathetic loser. Elon Musk is a fucking child, dude. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Who apparently got it from Paul Aquin. Basically, you get into a kneeling position, do a falling push-up, and then wherever your hands instinctively land, that's somehow your body finding the most optimal position for developing power. The idea is dumb, and I commented as such, and I'm going to elaborate a little bit before we get into the actual beef. First of all, benching and this falling push-up bullshit has no logical connection. The important thing from the push-up drop is keeping the ground away from your pretty face, and you have milliseconds to get your hand in position. You're probably going to opt for the position that puts you farther away, which is going to be a closer grip. It's also the straightest line to the ground rather than putting your hands out. And you're navigating your body weight, which is very light, very manageable for just about everybody, which means you can catch yourself effectively in just about any position. And the highest forces are at lockout. In a bench press, it's the exact opposite. And the way your body just happens to react in a falling push-up has fuck all to do with yeeting hundreds of pounds off of your sternum. And the body doesn't find anything. That statement probably triggered me more than anything. And lastly, in benching, there's a lot of right answers, but you get good at how you train. Just go with whatever's comfortable and doesn't fuck up your shoulders. Now, this would have been just another forgettable IG interaction, but when I saw him being a fucking big bag bully in the comments, I just couldn't let it go. Like, he was being an asshole, but what got me was the entitlement to not be questioned. I've thrown my share of mud at idiot commentators, but the rule is that you don't present a strong opinion. You certainly aren't going to be an asshole about a strong opinion, unless you can sit down and write a 10-page paper about the topic off the top.
You don't want to grape, though. I don't want to. God's spirit lives in us and changes our hearts. We all sin still. Yeah, okay. Please explain the existence of psychopaths, like serial killers. There are psychopaths who are serial killers and serial rapists who have no guilt, no remorse whatsoever. Oh, God's spirit lives in all of us. Okay, well, if God's spirit lives in all of us, then I guess God's a psychopath? Is that why he doesn't care what immoral deeds you do as long as you believe in him? He'll give you eternal paradise because he's a psychopath and all he cares about is himself and people glorifying him and worshiping him? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I'll definitely worship a psychopath god who's perfectly fine with rape, murder, and just wants you to love him.
So it turns out the shooter in New Orleans had ISIS flag, and nothing to do with Palestinian resistance. That just confirms that he was an ally of the US and Israel. Fuck around and found out. LOL. N fuck Israel. Free Palestine from the river to the sea.
Yeah, that makes no sense and you're a retard. Thanks for the donation.
Top of your head, and actual experts can't wait to just information dump all of their life experience onto you, whether you want them to or not. When people that live and die for a field, doesn't matter if it's toy trains, when they get into an argument, they will write just thousands of words unprompted to go point by point why you're wrong. Now, Mr. Wenning here doesn't seem to enjoy that part so much because every single comment he's ever posted on YouTube or Instagram in response to a hater, it's always the same. Oh, so you're the expert, huh?
Come to find out, I had some kidney damage from lifting insanely heavy.
Thanks for the expert advice. Well, you don't have it total, so you're
He has kidney damage from steroids. No one gets kidney damage from lifting heavy. No one. It is so extremely rare for somebody to get like rhabdomyolysis from weight training as a natural. It almost never happens. I think I've literally only seen that ever happen once. Like, one anecdote. I do know of... It technically doesn't count. There was a guy who was I think he wanted to be a track and field or football... Like, he was a football player or something. And he didn't know how to weight train, and he was doing something really stupid. He would literally do like hundreds of sets of squats a week because he didn't know anything about weight training and he thought if he just kept lifting more, he would grow more. And he was doing like ridiculous, insane, stupid amounts of volume that nobody would ever do. I know there's one other case report where somebody got rhabdo as a natural weight training, but it never happens to naturals. So if this guy got rhabdomyolysis and that's what caused his kidney damage, you could still attribute that to steroids because there's no way he's lifting the weights he's lifting that could cause that kind of muscle damage without steroids. Or it was just a direct effect of the steroids. Had nothing to do with like rhabdo or anything. Bend over, donate $2. The dumb retard Christian in your chats. Logic with God being inside all of us.
Now, the Catholics believe that as long as you accept Jesus before you die, anyone can get into heaven. Really? Anyone? I accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior. Yes!
Yep, it's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Your advice doesn't mean anything. So I decided to leave this gem in the comments. Now notice what I'm doing. I'm talking shit, but I'm also laying out a pretty clear case for why this thing is fucking stupid. A simple analogy would say, hey, if this works for benching, of course it would work for the other lifts, but nobody uses this to find their squat stance. Now I gotta give Matt his due. I mean, he's a biomechanics expert after all, so here is a step-by-step tutorial where he demonstrates his superior knowledge of lifting.
Yeah, that was way better. As you can see, he's pushing his knees out. His knees are going a little bit forward, but it's not bad. And what we need to do is work on slowly just getting his chest up higher.
Notice that he's not concerned with trivial
99% of people who squat this way are going to tear their adductors. Like, most people cannot squat that heavy with that sort of stance and not tear their adductor.
Real things like the bar being over the knee or over the fucking toe. I'm sure this lifter absolutely isn't going to go ass over tin cup once you put a 45-pound plate on the bar. He's worried about the important things, like the knees not going forward at all, because the real aim is to hyperextend your spine all the way back into your best reverse cowgirl position. And obviously he learned this from the position he falls into when he lands from a jump. Now, Matt's behavior is reminiscent of other online bullies who want their authority to carry their arguments and get really mad when you question them. Guys with egos bigger than their totals, like Lane Norton.
Grey Knight Donate Tillers. Had my first argument about the problem of evil with my friend's father, who is a Jesus freak. I'm not even a good debater, but holy crap, he couldn't give a proper response to my arguments. All he could respond with was his Gandalf cosplayer in the sky lol. Well, yeah. Like, it just shows you how stupid religion is. Like, you don't even have to be good at debating. You don't have to know much about their religion, and then they literally can't come up with an argument. You know, it's just stupid nonsense. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
I would say the rule here is like, don't be a dick in the comments, but that's really not a very good rule. Not one that I follow anyways. Actually, the rule is, if you're going to represent yourself as a science communicator or as having authority in this field, don't stick exclusively to arguments like, you're weak and dumb and I'm strong and smart, while running as far away as possible from the actual thing being argued. Now, the reason there's two different filming setups is because I had to redo this section. I had initially responded to this little kerfuffle with a finger wagging over the standards that science communicators should have for themselves and the field should have for them. But because of the good work done by the fine lords at Bromley Court and a couple of brave souls who messaged me on Instagram, it turns out that there was a much bigger problem that merited some reshoots. See, I initially thought Matt's doctorate looked sus by itself. It was just a professional degree with PD at the end instead of PhD or any of the other letters that you're used to seeing after advanced degrees. So the way it works is that if you have a research emphasis in your doctorate, you get a PhD, and that applies to all fields. But if you have a practical emphasis, then you get a professional degree, which has letters that relate to the actual fields. Like if you're an educator, you might get an EdD. Doctors get MDs because you don't want doctors doing research. You want them in the fucking operating room or in the urgent care center saving people's lives. It's not research focused, it's practical focused. Now, I had never seen PD as in professional degree before, and apparently the front page of Google hadn't either, so there were just red flags all over the place. The PhD is one of the signifiers of status that you kind of want to have, and because Matt's self-employed, he doesn't need a professional doctorate to advance in his career at all. He said he was going back for educational purposes. So I thought it was very strange that he would forego the title of PhD for one that was so unfamiliar. It also stood out that he mentioned where he got his master's. He got it from Ball University, but he didn't mention where he got his doctorate. And then jumped to Bromley Court, Autistic Oracle, Rorschach's Bloat. I swear that one account is like 5 people because I don't know how one person exists in so many channels and watches so many things simultaneously, but thank God he's on my team. He sent me these clips where Wenning talks about getting his doctorate part
21st Savage Donate Tillers. Let's play a trivia. Ready? Who says, well, yeah, we know who it is. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Watch Donate Tillers, watch this Christian short video, all full volume.
Philippians 2:6-11. Who, existing in the form of God, did not consider equality with God something to be grasped, but emptied himself, taking the form of a servant, being made in human likeness, and being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient.
Yeah, I'm sure Jesus looked like this, jacked and ripped.
Obedient to death, even death on a cross. Therefore God exalted him to the highest place and gave him the name above all names, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord.
I don't get it, and that guy was talking like a retard. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Time and being able to use his book for his dissertation.
Doing it at a part-time rate because it was hard for me to do it full-time with my job. When I decided I was going to write a book, the university that I did my stuff through agreed to use it as a dissertation.
Those two things don't usually go along with the rigor you would expect from somebody getting a terminal degree. Then somebody responded to my Instagram story with a claim that his degree isn't real. He got it from a place called European International University, which by all accounts is an absolute bullshit degree mill.
Oh, yeah. So he doesn't have a degree, he got it from a diploma mill.
EIU is located...
Yeah. 21st Savage Donate Tillers, come on bro, you're being boring, you need to engage a little bit, otherwise I'm going to donate less money for you, broke ass, now that you don't have Jasmine working for you. She was working full-time, yeah, don't pretend. She kept all her money for herself. She did. She was not paying any rent, and I still had to cover some of her bills, so... Again, dead weight. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
That's right, VG. Weed out all those Christians and have them running back to their altar crying.
Well, that's some good weed whacking. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin. Hunter Toby donated $2. You should check out Nick's new website. He coded himself, The Ethical Argument. He will defend are more towards the bottom of the debate tab. Okay. Interesting. Can I put this in the bookmark bar? There we go. Thanks for the donation, Hunter Toby. 21st Savage, $2. I'm good at getting information out of you, huh, Mr. I'm not going to say anything. We had our differences separated. By the way, just curious, when did you stop being happy being with her, years ago or months or what? Well... It's hard to say, you know, but there was always things that bothered me, but, you know, I didn't dwell on it, and I just tried to appreciate her and stuff, but, you know, it is what it is, whatever. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
In France, but it's not listed in the French Ministry for Higher Education and not on the list for private businesses. Its headquarters are apparently in Thailand, but a Thai user on a forum said that Thailand doesn't recognize them either. One user claimed to have completed a bachelor's degree from the institution in Paris, and when they inquired about it in private and public universities in the US, they all replied that they don't accept it as a letter for graduate studies. So hey, credit where credit's due. The university isn't lying to you. They tell you exactly what the deal is if you message them or if you go on their website. They say specifically the Professional Doctorate Award can indeed be considered an honorary award as it recognizes the recipient's advanced knowledge and expertise in their field. In many cases, individuals who hold a Professional Doctorate Award are entitled to use the term doctor. However, the specific use of the title doctor may vary depending on the country and jurisdiction, and individuals should consult the relevant authorities or professional organizations for specific guidance. I don't know, maybe Yale and Harvard have a page warning you about the appropriate use of doctor once you get one of their doctorate degrees. What the fuck do I know? But I'm gonna go out on a big ass branch and say that is very atypical to find on a university website. Now, in case
That's hilarious. Matt Winning is a fucking lying fraud who paid a diploma mill so that he could lie about having a doctorate degree.
you didn't catch the use of the term honorary degree, according to Wikipedia, honorary doctorates are purely titular degrees and that they confer no rights on the recipient and carry with them no formal academic qualification, and that a recipient of an honorary doctorate should restrict the use of the title doctor. Taylor Swift has an honorary doctorate in fine arts. Muhammad Ali got 4. Bill Cosby received 72. Now this all seemed very damning, but I couldn't make a video off of one comment from a stranger I've never met who just said, when he went to EIU, I needed something more, and that's when a benevolent stranger came out of the woodwork. See,
there's the link to the website in chat.
Person A couldn't find the old post because apparently Wenning had deleted it. So he went to his buddy, person B, who sent me a message the following day with a screenshot with the coursework showing the year and each module within the coursework and the actual topic of Matt Wenning's dissertation. In the words of person B, he's such a dumbass that he posted the curriculum with the watermark. So in the vein of weightlifting is a waste of time author and legendary grifter John Jakesh, Matt Wenning essentially bought his doctorate from a mill just so he could put the term doctor in front of his face. He didn't get an education. He wasn't after the PhD. The term doctor is where the dollar value comes from. There's no two ways about it. This is fucking fraudulent. Now, this is also a shining example of why exercise science PhDs are so adamant that they are well within their right to call themselves doctor outside of university settings, because the term carries a lot of gravitas with it. And when you're at the bottom of the academic barrel, you need all the gravitas you can get. You have guys like Mr. Pack who like to talk about the etymology of the term doctor.
21st Savage, $92. Why did you try to get Fat Jasmine into weightlifting? Was it subtly because you just wanted to slim her down because you were less attracted to her because she asked you to show her? You obviously wanted her to for a reason. Just so we could do something together and so she'd be like fitter, healthier. That's really it. Weight training isn't really going to do anything to help you lose weight. That's just going to come down to diet. But thanks for the donation, dude.
Because it's derived from the word doctorate in PhD. It's right there. It's in the title. You want a guaranteed way to know somebody's full of shit? Listen to them go on about etymology as if that's everything you need to know about language. You don't have to be fucking John McWhorter to know that etymology is not how we figure out exactly how words are used in a modern context. In fact, it's probably the least important thing. If doctor just referred to having an advanced degree to having a doctorate, oncologists wouldn't be distinguishable from honorary fine arts doctorates like Taylor Swift, so the term would have zero fucking meaning. Flight attendants wouldn't be asking, is there a doctor on the plane, when somebody's stroking out 30,000 feet in the air, because fucking Mildred with the degree in music theory would be raising her hand. Lives would be lost. Instead, in a crisis, you would just use another term to denote what you actually mean, and that would be the term that carries all of the clout. So lesser degrees are trying to muddy the waters because you can use the term doctor in a university setting and have it be appropriate, but they want to use it outside of that setting to steal some of the prestige that they certainly did not earn. There's no argument that it's not a case of stolen valor. Being a medical doctor is a badge that you're extremely smart, that you have high expectations for yourself, that you can survive grueling coursework, and that you have a skill that is necessary for everyone to keep on living. I mean, you can be a doctor making $400,000 a year, and you could be in a room of literal billionaires and world leaders, and you will still have status there. And it's not for the fact of having a doctorate, any doctorate, it's all the other shit. And Wenning's degree doesn't signify any of those things, but he doesn't give a shit. He just wants to be able to put doctor in front of his name when he's posting up a YouTube video. Now, if you're not convinced and you think I'm making a big deal about Dr. Mike, Dr. Pack, Dr. Wolf, understand that all the reasons I listed are why highly decorated experts in other reputable fields do not use the term doctor outside of an academic setting. Not Neil deGrasse Tyson, not Richard Dawkins, not Michio Kaku, Carl Sagan. Nobody refers to Einstein as Dr. Einstein. And it's because they understand that it's inappropriate and confusing. But I guess when you have success in a discipline that can carry its own weight, one that's actually useful to society, where there's competition and it's seen as being worth the shit, you're probably not really hard up for clout, so you see petty squabbles over titles like this as really being beneath you. Now, I care less about the fight over the use of the term doctor from people with actual doctorates. Like if Milo Wolf, who got a doctorate from a shitty school in a field that doesn't tend to attract math and science whizzes, wants to abuse the term doctor, that's stupid, but okay, whatever. What I really care about is the goddamn standards that each one of these fields have, especially when they try to represent science as a whole. So what we have right now with Wenning and his fraudulent use of the term doctor, somebody who wants to be seen as an authority in this field, this is a shining opportunity for people in the field of exercise science, actual educated people with real bona fides. This is an opportunity for them to show that they actually have standards and they will actually call out bad behavior. So is anybody going to call out Wenning for this shit? Is anybody going to be vocal and say, yeah, you're running around with a fake degree. Maybe you shouldn't operate in the fitness and fitness adjacent fields calling yourself doctor? Israel, Menno, Contreras, Schoenfeld, Helms, Pack, where you at? Even Nippert, who is doctorate-less. How many of you are going to risk being offensive or stirring drama by showing that you have standards? How many of you are going to risk a potential collaboration opportunity by pointing to somebody and saying, hey, you're absolutely full of shit? I would say if you are a science communicator, that is your number one job above everything else. And if you don't take this opportunity to make the stand and say this is unacceptable.
Well, Matt Wenning's a cunt. Who would have fucking figured?
Unfortunately.
Oh, great.
I would. So let's bring in.
Yeah, this is going to be great.
I always hear about like how rough puberty is and how scary periods are. And
so this is the detransitioner girl who lied to her parents, lied to her doctors, claiming she had symptoms of gender dysphoria because she had some autistic retard moment where she thought if she grew up a man, life would be easier for her. And now she's gone on this crusade about how allowing people to gender transition is immoral because she lied to everybody about having gender dysphoria, when that's not the case for the vast majority of people who go through gender transitioning.
And even from older women, these negative messages about things like that we just can't control, like aging and menopause. And every now and then I would even hear like female teachers saying things like, oh, I would never want to have a daughter. I'm glad that I only have sons.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. All these messages just culminate.
Son Goku donated $2. Let me see.
You ready, Lee? No, I do not care. I might as well go last. He's not moving a
This was actually a really good fight. I liked Naruto. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Into me thinking that my femininity and being a woman was just going to be overall a negative experience. And with me already feeling left out from other women, it was like, why would I ever want this? It feels like there's nothing in store for me. And at times, like I feel like I just would have been happier if I were born male, if I were like my older brother.
Dude, this is such a lie. How parents get brainwashed into trans ideology. Like, she lied to everybody about having symptoms of gender dysphoria. She's the one who manipulated her parents and her doctors into thinking she had gender dysphoria.
Brothers. But I didn't really actually believe that until I started seeing... You asked if I was exposed to it in school. It wasn't something that was really in the curriculum yet, actually. Which might sound crazy considering that
Since I'm Indian, parents are pressuring me to get married. They think that there won't be someone to take care of me if I get cancer or any health issue. Yeah, that's what health insurance is for. Some life insurance policies also cover stuff like that, but that's literally what insurance is for. I have a policy in my motorcycle insurance that if I get severely injured, they will actually cover a certain amount of at-home care for a nurse. I think it covers like either a month or two. I think it's at least 4 weeks where they'll actually cover up to $45,000 of at-home nursing care. So yeah, that's what insurance is for. I don't know if if this is like a cultural thing and they don't realize insurance exists because they don't have that sort of shit in India, but yeah, just get insurance if you're so worried about it. Peterson donated $2. Let me see.
If you take the total business investment of the United States divided by the total number of workers.
Okay, we can watch that next. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I come from California. I'm from the middle of California, and this was never really part of my schooling. And I graduated just a few years ago. For me, my first real exposure to it was through social media. And it was through communities that were like kind of oriented around my own personal interests that seemed pretty innocent. Just things like illustration or like character design or cartoons or like books or comics that I'd read, right? And a lot of the kids in these communities around my age, it wasn't like celebrities who I was following. It was just other normal kids who had a lot of the same, I noticed that they had a lot of the same shared experiences, and especially their shared that I would later at that.
Yeah, okay, so she's just, it's the same shit she went over with the Peterson interview.
Sudden death from cancers or stroke or heart disease is very common. I was just talking to one of my patients. His wife just died in bed. They don't know why she died. In her 30s. Unknown cause. Wow, I wonder if it could be the plants which are fermenting and providing the toxins that they make in order to control and kill you.
This guy's claiming a woman in her 30s died because she ate broccoli.
More evidence Adrian may be Elon.
Adrian Dittman's account is ID verified as an affiliate of Rebellion Air, a brand of Halter Ferguson Financial, 380 Mount Carmel, what's IN? Indianapolis, which advises all NTSLA investors. However, FINRA broker check shows no one with that name ever registered with them. Okay. Account is also not listed under their disclose of website addresses. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like, oh, I'm not Elon, but I'm a friend of his. Like, yeah, it's Elon. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Which seems kind of radical and crazy, right? But is our world, do we care more for the people who make a lot of money or for the peasants in the world? Money has become the mission of our world. And money should never be the thing you go for. Helping people, that's what we're here to do. But I think we're sort of distracted.
By the way, if I remember correctly, I think this guy said he earns $400,000 per year through his professional practice. And he also has a line of supplements that he sells, even though he says you shouldn't take supplements. Like,
I love pizza, pasta, and bread. So good.
Yeah.
Small amounts from time to time is not your killer, unless you have an anaphylactic reaction.
Mhm.
And we don't know who or why. My partner was on Highway 90 a few years ago after having a dinner with some crab, which she'd had before. She gets an anaphylactic reaction on the road, pulls over, calls 911.
yeah, the reason is because of parasites. So, a lot of people don't realize this. People who have allergies to fish or shellfish, it's not an allergy to the actual food itself. It's an allergy to the parasites that are in those animals. So, there are people with fish allergies who don't know it, who might eat, like certain types of fish from a certain area, and they only eat fish like occasionally, maybe if they go out for dinner, and they're fine. And then one day they have like a crazy anaphylactic reaction and they realize they're allergic to fish technically. But not all fish are going to contain parasites. Same with like shellfish and shit. So this guy doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. I was arguing with a guy who thought piss drinking cured fish allergies. And he said after his wife started drinking piss, she accidentally ate tuna at a wedding and she didn't have an allergic reaction to it. And I told him that's probably because she got lucky and the fish she was eating just happened to not contain any parasites. Because the allergy is actually to the parasites, not the fish you're eating. So this guy is a fucking moron.
She survived, thankfully. But why we are allergic to some things and not others, I don't know. Which one when, I don't know. But ribeye steak?
Yeah.
Never heard of it. My sister Marianne died at...
There are people who have allergies to meat. It's caused by a Lone Star tick. I don't know if there are people who have allergic reactions to meat without getting exposed to like that tick, but like we know there are people who have allergic reactions to parasites that live in certain animals. So
at 52, she was diagnosed with diabetes type.
Even though you identify as a 150-year-old, do you still believe the saying, life is short? Also, are you agnostic about the possibility of an afterlife? Do you think AI and science can advance that far?
It's all a matter of perspective. You know, what is short to you? Like, one day can feel like a very long time. And depending on how you look at it, one day could be a very long time. But it's all a matter of perspective. Are you agnostic about the possibility of an afterlife? Not really. I don't have any reason to believe there's an afterlife. There's literally no evidence for it, so why would I be agnostic? I'm not agnostic about Santa Claus. I'm not agnostic about the Tooth Fairy. Like, why would I be agnostic about that? If somebody presented evidence that there is an afterlife, I might be convinced, but I haven't seen any whatsoever. Do you think AI and science can advance that far? Like, what do you mean? Advance far enough to create an afterlife? I don't know how you're defining afterlife then, because that would just be extending your life. Like, afterlife is usually this concept of your soul goes to a realm that's infinite or something. That wouldn't be an afterlife. Thanks for the donation, Drac.
In case it wasn't clear, the Adrian Twitter account is verified with that financial firm that manages shares of the largest Tesla stockholders, but there's no Adrian Dittman registered with that firm, which almost certainly means it must be Elon. Weird.
Yeah, I understood that. I read that in the Twitter post. Thanks for the donation, retired.
Born at age 4. And I never understood the disease truly. My best friend from medical school, Dave, died at 52, the same year. He is a healthy guy, amazingly healthy. Gets diagnosed with leukemia, and 3 months later, he's dead.
Yes, people get diseases. Guess what, dipshit? There have been a number of people on the carnivore diet who have gotten cancer and fucking died. Like, yeah, people die of disease. We're made of fucking flesh. Like, what do you expect? It's so retarded. Like, look at any fucking animal species. This guy is basically postulating that if you're eating a proper diet, you won't get disease. Please explain to me how all these animals get fucking diseases then. We know that felines are prone to kidney disease. They're just genetically prone to it. A lot of small mammals like rodents are prone to cancer. So, they're eating their species-appropriate diet. They're eating what they eat naturally, but they're still dying of these diseases. Like, this guy's a fucking moron.
And so the question was why? And this is all the same time I'm beginning to dig deep into understanding the why part of it. Cancers are caused by antigens. And the number one antigen is a sugar from a plant. The glycocalyx is the sugar layer that is actually the barcode of our body. And so the fatty membrane of the cell has embedded proteins in them. And then there are sugars that are the antenna or the transmitter that is the cause of all our disease. So you have a
No, that's nonsense.
Specific human leukocyte antigen marker made up of some sugars. All organisms have unique sugars that are part of their body. So every muscle cell, every cell of every tissue of our body, and every animal we eat or microbe contains fats, proteins, and sugars.
Mm-hmm.
The sugars are antigenic, not the proteins. Your blood type is determined by a sugar, not a protein. And so when we understand the glycocalyx and the glycobiome,
Nobody reached a new level of laziness content creation by not only doing a shitty reaction but by ordering his audience to create content for him.
How do you prepare your steaks?
I use an air fryer and cook it from frozen, covered in salt.
You cook
in
it
an
from
air fryer.
frozen?
That's the air fryer hack. Do you guys have an air fryer?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Got
But you
that
get a
part.
good
That's
crust
good.
on it?
You get a better
You flip
crust
it?
because it doesn't cook all the way through. Yeah, flip it. If it's like this thick, you cook it for like 9 minutes per side, and it gets crusty on the
And
outside.
what cut is it?
New York.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
It'll change your life. You just take it out of the freezer, put it in frozen. You don't have to thaw it. If you thaw it, it overcooks in the middle.
That's interesting. I've never heard of that before.
I will be blown away if this works. I want to try it. Feels a little criminal. Like, you buy this amazing New York steak, you're posh, but I'm the laziest chef there is. So I just, and then it's not good. That would.
Well, that's TikTok. Thanks for that donation, dude. It's determined by certain antigens. An antigen is any substance that causes the body to make an immune response against the substance. Antigens include toxins, chemical, bacteria, viruses. So, okay. What antigens determine blood type? There are 4 major blood groups determined by the presence or absence of 2 antigens. I'm not going to bother looking into this, but I don't know if what he's saying is at all accurate.
we'll understand how diseases really happen. And bacteria, yeast, and viruses all have their own sugar layer. A sperm and egg has its own sugar layer. So the sperm must attach to the egg's sugar layer in order to fertilize it. If that sugar layer is damaged, guess what? It won't fertilize. If the embryo sugar layer is damaged or the uterine lining sugar layer is damaged, it can't implant. So if I'm putting foreign sugars into you, and I'm putting a lot of sugar into you, it's going to damage your body. It's going to damage.
Wouldn't that mean meat is bad for you because he literally just said meat is sugar? Just so everything is bad for you?
Your glycobiome, your glycocalyx, blood vessels, lymphatics, peritoneal surfaces, every cell of your body has a sugar layer.
Oh my God.
If I damage it, I erode the cells. And so very few people know about the glycocalyx and the glycobiome.
This guy's a quack.
Brother, this guy looks like a gay albino lizard that gets fucked by a mechanical dragon dildo at max speed on the regular. You can't be surprised that he thinks eating meat is conducive to longevity and preventing disease. Also, I love peanut butter.
Yeah, peanut butter's pretty great. Thanks for the donation, top tier awesome vegan.
Everyone's talking about how important the microbiome is. It's a killer. The microbes are there. That doesn't mean they're good for you. Would you put bacteria, yeast, or a virus, would you inject it into your bloodstream? Of course not.
So what?
Okay, we're done. This guy is just crazy.
In America, it's 28 grand. In Canada, it's 15 grand. The Canadian worker gets about 55 cents for every dollar of his American, and they're both measured in USD. In Vancouver, more money goes to bureaucrats than goes to the carpenters, electricians, and plumbers who build the place. And to add insult to injury, tradespeople who build homes can't afford to live in them. Why is it that we're still importing oil when we've got the world's third biggest supply? Why is it we can't export our natural gas?
I think that was perhaps the single stupidest thing I ever heard a politician say. Your federal government spent $6,000 of your family's money going over their budget.
They've squeezed the taxpayer out of every last dime, and they're still $62 billion short.
It's worse than that because I suspect that the true picture is a lot more dismal than we know. Okay, so that's going to be dumped on you sometime in the next year.
They get the party, I get the hangover.
8 years from now, what does it look like?
I like Polyev.
By afterlife, I mean life after death. Could AI/technology do that? Do you see a possibility of bringing people back to life in the future? I sometimes think about people getting justice that way by a court or something.
I don't know what you mean by life after death, because the way you're describing it just means resuscitating somebody in some way. So, yeah, I'm sure we'll have future technology where if somebody's dead, you can revive them in some way. Thanks for the donation, though, Drac.
Hello, everybody. I had the opportunity and the privilege today to speak with Mr. Pierre Poilievre, who is the leader of Canada's Federal Conservative Party, but also, barring catastrophe and God willing, Canada's been almost 2.5 years since we sat down to talk that time before. So I guess the first thing I'd like to know is, what have you been doing during that time? I'd like to hear about your day-to-day schedule and your week-to-week schedule. Like, lay out your job.
Basically, we have two parts to my professional life. It's very bifurcated. There's the Parliament Hill side, which is early morning meeting with my leadership team, House Leader, Deputy Leader, Whip, etc., to plan out the day, the battle plan for our parliamentary committees, question period, etc. That is punctuated by one weekly caucus meeting and just the daily prosecution of the government, which is the quintessential role of an opposition leader. And then the other part to my life is touring. I asked my assistant today how many events we had done over the last year, and he said it was exactly 600. I mean, a few weeks ago it was 570 something. So we've done 600 events, and those are like tours at mills, mines, factories, farms, high-tech facilities, and we tour in, see how the place operates.
Okay, so there's a lot of distrust, generally speaking, in relationship to, I would say, establishment organizations and political elites all across the West. A lot of that well-earned. Why should Canadians believe that the vision that you just laid out is something that you hold personally dear and not merely, what would you say, a set of carefully calculated campaign slogans?
Well, I look back at everything I've done for my entire political career to the time I was a teenager. Some people even dug up my old university essays, and I've been saying precisely the same thing the entire time. When I was 20, I wrote an essay as Prime Minister I would, and the title was Building Canada on Freedom. The entire piece was about making the government small and maximizing personal freedom. So that's basically what I'm doing now.
So you have consistency.
Well, there were
going
things,
for you.
when I launched my leadership race, I literally had the same language in my leadership launch speech.
She donated $2. Watch this Christian video from TikTok, less than a minute long.
God, please, forgive me of all my sins. I am so sorry and I repent.
I can't just forgive you, Alex. I am the creator of the entire universe. The wages of sin is death. You have sinned in my universe and done evil. If I gave you eternal life now, I would no longer be a just God. I am purely good. It's my duty.
Yes, he's purely good. That's why he lets children get raped.
And who I am to judge and to serve justice. It is who I am, and I do not change. But I have died for you in your place, taking your sin on myself, because I love you.
If he died for your sins, then why do you have a problem with him sinning? Like, this is stupid. I don't know why you're sending me this gay retarded shit.
That I had put in that essay 22 or 23 years earlier. And when I was part of the Harper government, we basically fought for and did the same things then that I'm proposing to do now. So as much as you can be assured of anything any political leader says, I've got evidence to back it up.
Okay, so one of the things that's been very distressing to observe, I would say, and I'm going to use the UK as an example. I mean, the UK had 14 straight years of Conservative government.
Yeah.
And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, thank God for that, because it could have been Labour. But having said that, they fell 100% prey to the blandishments of the net zero types and brought forward really a catastrophic energy policy. And the UK is suffering dreadfully for that. And their immigration policy, I mean, Keir Starmer apologized for it, which was something remarkable to behold. And so did Kemi Badenoch, who now runs the Conservatives in the UK. Now, the reason I'm bringing them up as an example is because, well, they were a Conservative government and they certainly didn't govern by anything approximating Conservative principles. And so how do you feel about the probability that if the Conservatives in Canada take power, that they'll be enticed into this global utopian delusion that seems to have enveloped so many leaders, kind of regardless of their political stripe? What do you?
What made you decide to support Israel over Palestine? When did you make the decision? Also, how would you fear the Mossad or the FSB from Russia?
I was always more in support of Israel, but when I looked into the conflict, Israel's always right, Palestinians are always wrong. They're just crazy, whack job, Muslim, violent fucking idiots, and Israel's basically just chard wrangling them constantly. It's really the only reason. Would you fear the Mossad or FSB from Russia? Well, the Mossad is more competent, but if you're caught by, like, the FSB in Russia, you're more likely to get tortured and shit.
It's the only thing you want to do all day. Make your mind up. Make your mind up.
Okay, thanks for the donation.
Do you think, if anything, can inoculate you or has inoculated you against that?
I know better.
Well, elaborate. What do you mean?
I'm not going to do that. And it will be hard because the temptation will be, this is the mistake that conservative parties around the world have made countless times. They think, well, anybody who's got a conservative mindset is already voting for me, so I can go off and chase the ideas of my political opponents, and then everyone will love me because I'll have the conservatives due to the fact that I have the name conservative, and then I'll have all these other people because I've embraced their contrary direction. And in the short term, it works because you manage to have all of these people under, and all of the different political ideologies captured in one tent. But the problem happens when the policies are a disaster. And then people wake up and go, oh my God, my taxes are now up, my inflation is out of control, the deficit is spiraling, there's crime on the streets. So does the temptation exist to try and take on the political policies of the socialists in the short term? Sure, but it's one that I will fiercely resist because I know that by the fourth year of my mandate, people would be enraged because their lives would be even worse. So it will be tough, though. Like, it's going to be a trade-off.
Temptation. I mean, I think many leaders fall prey to the temptation to shine on the international stage, right? I mean, I can't remember who it was in the UK. I believe it was the previous Labour Party leader who said that decisions in Westminster were essentially irrelevant because all the important things were happening internationally, right? And so if people are involved in status climbing and they hit the national pinnacle, there's the international world to, what would you say, to dominate or to impress. And that's, I think that the power of that temptation or even of that peer pressure can't be underestimated. So, okay, so now you've been, these events, these 600 events that you've gone to, so let's say that's something approximating 1,000 to 1,200 since we last talked. You spent a lot of time speaking to, and I presume listening to ordinary Canadians. I heard you made a speech heard you make a speech in the House of Commons that went viral in the last couple of weeks, and you spoke very persuasively on behalf of working class Canadians. And so tell us what you've learned, what you've heard over the last couple of years, and how that's shaped you and changed you, let's say, as you've moved from, well, as you shifted your position up the political hierarchy and are poised really likely to take the reins in Canada at some point in the next year. You've listened to all these people. And so what have you learned? And what has it made you convinced of, let's say?
Well, first of all, there's the bad news and the good news. The bad news is that people feel like they've done absolutely everything right and their lives are trapped. Young people say, look, okay, I went through, I got an education, I work nonstop, and I have made the calculation that there is no mathematical path for me to own a house. It's just not possible. In Toronto here, for example, if you take the average income and the average house price, it would take you 29 years to save up for a down payment. So, if you're
for a down
payment, not to pay it off, forget paying it off. And so if you're a young woman who's got a biological clock, obviously, we'll do the math.
Grey Knight donated $2. Do you think this is a good argument for colonizing nature? That if someone is so against violence, why would he be against enforcing a specific region that would grant modern human rights to that region? That's not an argument. Questions aren't propositions, so you literally just asked a question. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
You start off at, let's say you're 25. Well, you're going to be in your 50s before you can afford the average house. So how are you ever going to have kids? And
that's about the time when people think about downsizing from their house.
That's what they used to think about downsizing. And, they usually had their house paid off back by the time they were in their early 50s. So just to show how dreadfully things have worsened. That's the picture of the youth. Then there's the kind of middle-aged people who do have kids already, and they're terrified of the dangers in the streets. I mean, our streets are just being overtaken by drugs and gangsterism and other dangers, and they want safety again. And then you have business owners that are saying there's just no way to continue to compete in Canada. We have to look at moving, and that means the next 200 jobs we create is going to be in Ohio or Florida or some other place than Canada. That's the kind of overview that I get. The good news, though, is that people do now have some hope. They think that things can be turned around, and they have clearly and correctly diagnosed the problem, which is entirely political. There is no physical, geographic reason why Canada should struggle to supply people with great opportunities of home ownership and family formation. In fact, we should be the richest country in the world.
Dude, Canada has such an insanely ridiculous, massive landmass, especially when you consider, the population size. There is no fucking reason why housing should be unaffordable. You have, infinite space to create as many fucking houses as you want. It's just retarded. All Canada has to do is fucking industrialize more. That's all Canada has to do.
And people increasingly know that, and they know that if we make the right, albeit difficult, political decisions, that they will once again be able to do as their parents did, which is to say, get a house, start a family, live in a safe neighborhood, raise their kids with good traditional values. That's another thing I'm finding is that a lot of people are really getting back to those values that we were told were unfashionable. They want, young people today, they want to have families.
There's been a real conservative swing.
No, they don't want to have families. They know the game.
Especially among young men. Well, no wonder, because they've been demonized for 30 straight years for every aspect of their masculinity, from their play preferences to their proclivity to destroy the planet with their ambition. And so there's definitely an opportunity there. And clearly your political party and you are capitalizing on that you have the support from young people increasingly right across Canada.
We are winning among youth. In fact, the youth were the first to come on board with me. My rallies were overwhelmingly populated with youth, which is not normal for conservatives.
Right. And
the reason is because in your youth, of course, you as you write it, young people want to have the adventure of their lives. They want to go into the wilderness and earn a living and bring it home and raise kids and have a purpose that's bigger than just short-termism. And
well, the reason why conservatism is getting more popular with younger people is because they don't want, a fucking mommy and daddy telling them what to fucking do. There's so much stupid regulation and red tape and bullshit that these, left-wing parties are creating. At least conservatives are telling you, yeah, just do whatever you want. We won't stop you. I think that's a big reason. And on top of that, there's just a lot of dumb, gay, cucked bullshit. They're taking away guns. They're making it hard to get a job, hard to pay for things. When there's a party saying that, we'll make things cheaper, more affordable, more opportunities, young people are going to want that. They want money.
I think, 20 years ago, the socialists would go to university campuses and say, vote for us and we'll let you be a kid forever. You will give you free stuff, and you'll never have to get a job. And that was very temporarily popular across the Western world. But then young people woke up and found out this was not a utopia, it was a total dystopia, and that all the things that they really valued and wanted for their lives were impossible when they were being borne down upon by this massive state. They've learned that help is the sunny side of control. And so now young people are, and I love this, this is great news. Our young people are saying, I want to start a business. I want to invent something. I want to create things. I want to be.
Watch this video. Oh my God.
I have said these things to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but take heart, I have overcome the world.
That's great. Thanks.
Become a tradesman, and then when I get good enough at that, I want to hire 5 other tradesmen, and by the time I retire, I want to have 300 employees, and then I want to give that company to my kids. These are the stories that I hear when I go out and about in Canada, and the great news is we can have all those things. That's the optimistic message that I have for people. We've got a limitless supply of resources here. We're like a cornucopia. You know, the 3rd biggest supply of oil, 5th biggest supply of natural gas, biggest supply of uranium, 5th biggest supply of lithium. We've got not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 coasts to tidewater.
Right.
We live next to the biggest military and economic superpower the world has ever seen. We have a highly educated population and the best system of government in the history of the world, the parliamentary system. Not the best government, but the best system of government. So all these massive advantages, we just need to unleash that potential.
Right. So the unhappiness that you're seeing among young people seems to me to be a consequence of the mismatch between the opportunity they see right in front of them and their frustration at the fact that that opportunity can't be capitalized on, even if they're contributing their fair share.
And they're definitely doing their part. Like they really are. You know, there's often.
So now you've been these events, these 600 events that you've gone to. So let's say that's something approximating 1,000 to 1,200 since we last talked. You spent a lot of time speaking to, and I presume listening to, ordinary Canadians. I heard you made a speech heard you make a speech in the House of Commons that went viral in the last couple of weeks, and you spoke very persuasively on behalf of working class Canadians. And so tell us what you've learned, what you've heard over the last couple of years, and how that's shaped you and changed you, let's say, as you've moved from, well, as you shifted your position up the political hierarchy and are poised really likely to take the reins in Canada at some point in the next year. You've listened to all these people. And so what have you learned, and what has it made you convinced of, let's say?
Well, first of all, there's the bad news and the good news. The bad news is that people feel like they've done absolutely everything right and their lives are trapped. Young people say, look, okay, I went through, I got an education, I work nonstop, and I have made the calculation that there is no mathematical path for me to own a house. It's just not possible. In Toronto here, for example, if you take the average income and the average house price, it would use 29 years to save up for a down payment. So, if you're
for a down payment,
not to pay it off, forget paying it off. And so if you're a young woman who's got a biological clock, obviously, we'll do the math. You start off at, let's say you're 25. Well, you're going to be in your 50s before you can afford the average house. So how are you ever going to have kids? And
that's about the time when people think about downsizing from their house.
That's what they used to think about downsizing. And, they usually had their house paid off back by the time they were in their early 50s. So just to show how dreadfully things have worsened. This is the picture of the youth. Then there's the kind of middle-aged people who do have kids already, and they're terrified of the dangers in the streets. I mean, our streets are just being overtaken by drugs and gangsterism and other dangers, and they want safety again. And then you have business owners that are saying there's just no way to continue to compete in Canada. We have to look at moving, and that means the next 200 jobs we create is going to be in Ohio or Florida or some other place than Canada. That's the kind of overview that I get. The good news, though, is that people do now have some hope. They think that things can be turned around, and they have clearly and correctly diagnosed the problem, which is entirely political. There is no physical, geographic reason.
Fuck the UK, they learn about their immigration problem till it's too late. It's a shame that native Brits are suffering and their politicians aren't listening to them.
Have as a model in Canada.
Well, yeah, they're just super rich, wealthy elites that are corrupt and only care about themselves, and they're apolitical. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Triple J.
Is we have artificial scarcity imposed by a very heavy and restrictive state, confiscatory state, so that suppresses production. But in order to allow for consumption, we print money and borrow money and then flood the economy with that money.
Okay, so that's another problem. So that's the inflationary problem.
Yes.
Now, the problem with inflation, there's many problems with inflation, but one of them is that it particularly punishes people who are thrifty and who save.
Yes.
Right. So inflation punishes the people who forego gratification to invest in the future.
That's right.
Right, so that's a very bad idea.
It's a horrible. Inflation is the single most immoral tax for so many reasons. One, it takes from savers and people who are trying to be responsible, thus making it impossible to be responsible. Because you will, if you refuse to play the inflation game of borrowing money to buy things you can't afford, someone else inevitably will, and you won't be able to afford anything. So you ultimately have to act responsibly. It's like Milton Friedman was asked, what would you do with your money in times of inflation? He said, spend it. Like the first thing you want to do when inflation is out of control is to make sure you get rid of this thing that's losing its value. The second reason it's immoral is it takes from the poor, because the poorest people they do not have the ability to buy inflation-proof assets like gold and real estate and fancy watches and art collections and fancy wines and things that go up with or even exceed inflation. So it's a very big wealth transfer from the poor and the working class to the very, very wealthy. A very small group of people actually get richer.
So the socialist policies that provide goods and services to Canadians, let's say, or denizens of other countries, by printing money, actually punish the poor brutally in consequence of the inflation that they generate.
Yes, I mean, all the socialist policies in practice redistribute from the working class to the super wealthy.
Oh boy, do I have a treat for you. Sv3rige defends the Epstein Island. Turkey Tom is also live on his Tom Duck Live channel. Maybe you could react together.
Let me see.
What do you think of when you hear Epstein Island? Most people would say pedophilia. Who was Jeffrey Epstein? He was a pedophile. Interestingly enough, there are actually no children on Epstein Island, according to the official reports, which might as well be wrong. Maybe it was full of children, but according to the official reports, the youngest girl who was flown out to the island was 11 years old, who may have still been a child. Maybe she hadn't hit puberty yet. We don't know that. We don't know what happened to her. We don't know what happened to any of the people there. Only the people who were there know that. We won't find out because Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in his cell somehow, as in he was killed. And that's because if he would have went in front of a judge, then he would have eventually had to say the names of the people who were there. And then you would have heard the names of most of the politicians, presidents, all of the celebrities you can think of. He had the contact numbers of the Gates family, the Clinton family, Trump, Tom Hanks, Lady Gaga, anybody you can think of. That doesn't mean that they went to the island. Maybe they had contact because of something business related. Of course, if they did go to the island, then we know why. According to Epstein's friends, he was into 13 to 16-year-old girls, which is why that was the age of most of the girls on the island. He was not a pedophile by any definition of the word. He was into young women, as in teenagers. The reason I say this and even make a video about this is because there's almost no pedophiles on Earth. It's an insanely small number. Yes, there's dark web forums out there where people share nude photos of 5-year-old boys and girls. There's people out there who even try to somehow traffic actual young children. But incredibly few people on Earth actually find children attractive. It's almost unheard of.
No, it's shockingly common.
Sure, there's some celebrities and politicians who do. There's judges and police chiefs who are involved in this. And that's also why it was never investigated. You would think that this kind of a case would be investigated, but nothing happened. That's because the police get told from the higher-ups to drop the case, and that's exactly what happened. It's important to understand that none of the people who went to Epstein Island were abnormal, at least in that sense. They were simply following their natural urges, which have been outlawed in most of the countries on Earth, especially in the US.
Yeah, so I know where this is going. I don't have to watch the whole thing, but he's absolutely fucked in the head. I'll talk to Tom later, but thanks for that donation, nigga.
In practice, and I can prove that again and again and again. In practice, in practice, all the redistribution that happens in these so-called socialist countries ultimately goes from the working class to the super wealthy. That is the reality. But just one last thing on inflation. The final reason why it's so immoral is nobody votes on it. The basic principle of our parliamentary system is the government can't tax what Parliament has not voted. The people must, no taxation without representation, right? But no one ever votes to have the money printing happen. And so the inflation is adopted secretly, and you blame the grocer because groceries are more expensive, or your local gas station because gas is more, or your realtor because house. When in fact, it was actually the government that did up all of those things with money printing, and you didn't even know about it. So it is silent. It's a silent thief that takes from the poor and gives to the richest people, and destroys the working class. And that's why I want to crush inflation. We need a policy that seeks to just to stop inflation at all costs.
Okay, so what would you do to stop inflation?
Well, we stop the money printing. You know, and the money printing is just a means to fund deficit spending. Governments borrow.
Define.
I don't know what he means by this exactly, but it sounds to me like he's going to hike interest rates. That's what it sounds like. And I'm not necessarily against that. I think in the long term, it's probably going to be a good thing. But yeah, like I would ask him specifically what he means by that. Like, sounds like he's just going to hike interest rates.
In the deficit, yeah, for people.
So basically the deficit is the difference between what the government spends and what it brings in.
It's usually calculated on a yearly basis.
That's
deficit.
right.
Yeah. And the debt?
Well, the debt is just the accumulation of the deficits.
Right.
So the deficit right now is $62 billion. And
I thought it had a ceiling of
41 billion, yeah, right.
Isn't that a ceiling?
Yeah.
It's not, eh?
I guess not. Look, there are very real present day consequences for that. Deficits increase the money supply. Central banks effectively facilitate that increase in the money supply, and that causes inflation. And it's why I have a buddy whose family moved here from Italy back in 1973. His father worked paving roads, and his mother made sandwiches in a senior's home. They were able to pay off their home 10 minutes from Parliament Hill in 7 years.
Right.
Their grandchildren wouldn't be able to save up a down payment for that home in 15 years, and they will be university educated with all the advantages of having been here 2 decades. That is the consequence of the money supply growing vastly quicker than the stuff that money buys. So what we have to do is stop growing the money supply and start growing the stuff money buys, right? Produce more energy, grow more food.
Well, it's not just inflation, it's also a supply and demand issue and a speculator market issue. Yeah.
Build more homes. So we have to unleash the free enterprise system to produce more stuff of value. And this is where we have to remove the artificial scarcity that the government is imposing on the population. Let's incentivize our municipalities to grant the fastest building permits in the world to build homes.
And you have a plan for that in principle?
Yes. I mean, I'm going to say to the municipal governments, they either speed up permits, cut development charges, and free up land, or they will lose their federal infrastructure money. So they will have a powerful carrot and stick incentive to speed up home building.
And the percentage of a new house price that's a consequence of government taxation and regulation?
Well, in Vancouver, it's 60%.
60%. Now, does that include the land and the house?
Yes, that includes everything. So I'll tell you how they calculate it. CD Howe took the cost of building compared the cost of building a home to the cost of buying a home.
Yeah.
And he said, what's the gap between those two things? So they added up land, labor, profit for the developer, materials, and they compared that to the sale price. And they found the gap was $1.2 million. So that's $1.2 million of extra cost above and beyond the materials, the labor, the land, and the profit for the developer. So where's that going? Well, the answer is development charges, sales taxes, land transfer taxes, the delays in getting the permit, time is money, the consultants, lawyers, accountants, lobbyists that the developer has to hire in order to get the approval. So in other words, we're spending twice, in Vancouver, we spend twice as much on bureaucrats than we do on all other things combined to build a home. More money goes to bureaucrats than goes to the carpenters, electricians, and plumbers who build.
I hope he's really being serious about this, because if he's able to get rid of like stupid zoning regulations, oh my God, that would be fucking incredible. Like again, there is so much fucking land in Canada, it is unreal. There is no fucking reason why we can't just build a massive amount of houses fucking everywhere. All they have to do is get rid of the fucking zoning regulations.
Insult to injury, those tradespeople who build homes can't afford to live in them.
Right.
I mean, it is. So what we need to do is slash the bureaucracy. And I'm going to say to the mayors, you're not getting federal infrastructure money until you slash your development charges, speed up your permits. I'm going to take the federal GST off new homes under a certain limit and encourage the provinces to do the same. But we've got so much land. We should have the most affordable housing in the world.
Yeah.
It should be dirt cheap because we have the most dirt.
Yeah.
We just need to get the government out of the way. The same goes for our resource sector. I mean, why is it that we're still importing oil when we've got the world's third biggest supply? Why is it we can't export our natural gas overseas?
You mean like to Germany and Japan, even when they ask?
Exactly.
And are offering multi-decade contracts at distressed prices because they're so desperate for energy. Right? And we can't make a business case for that, famously.
Yes. This is
I think that was perhaps the single stupidest thing I ever heard a politician say. And that's a really hard contest to win.
As we celebrate the gift of life, you have an opportunity.
Oh, God.
Vital work. Dial pound 250.
What he's saying makes perfect fucking sense. I just hope he's serious about it.
The Qataris have massively increased their production. Canada has not completed a single new liquefaction facility. There's one that's supposed to come online soon in Kitimat that was approved by the Harper government. It's only now coming online. The Germans actually built an import terminal in 194 days from concept to completion. We've had direct formal requests for our natural gas from Japan, Greece, Germany, France, and I'm probably missing some others. We have the 5th biggest supply. We have cold weather, which makes it much cheaper to liquefy gas. It takes 11 days to ship to Asia from BC. It takes 20 days from the US Gulf Coast. So it's basically half the shipping time. And
you figured out a way to monetize cold weather.
Yes, exactly.
It's a very difficult thing to do.
Exactly, yeah. Which also will help with data centers. Data centers, which we're going to need data centers for AI and blockchain and countless other things that we have the energy for. It takes tremendous amount of energy to power these data centers. Apparently, a chat GPT inquiry is 10 times more energy intensive than a Google inquiry. So I think it's 2.9 watt hours that is necessary to answer one chat GPT question. It's only 0.3 watt hours to process a Google search.
Right.
So in other words,
the thing about human brains is, it turns out that the remarkable thing about human brains is how smart they are for how little energy they use.
Right.
Right. Whereas we're building machines that are super intelligent, but they're very energy hungry.
Right. Well, we have a lot of artificial intelligence in government as well, but it's a different kind.
Yeah.
But
that's for sure.
but we could be powering these data centers with Canadian natural gas generators, with nuclear. We have the biggest supply of uranium. We invented the CANDU. We have the incredible nuclear physicists and engineers. 60% of Ontario's energy already comes from nuclear. So we could be powering these facilities, and they're just beasts that are going to gobble up electricity.
Yeah, the tech companies are absolutely desperate for it.
Right. I mean, Facebook, I understand they're looking at building their own nuclear plant to power.
Yeah, and Microsoft revitalized 3 Mile Island.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So
and they bought all the power that it's going to generate.
We have about 250 data centers in Canada. We could do a hell of a lot more. And our secret sauce is our energy, our incredible supply of energy of all.
Yeah, Pierre sounds very fucking smart. He's saying all the right things. I just really hope he fucking does it.
Transpired in large part over the 9 to 10 year period that Trudeau has been governing. And so when you are trying to put your finger on what went so wrong, so calamitously wrong, what do you think the major contributors were? I mean, there's a lot of hydras whose heads we're encountering at the moment. And
oh, thank God you didn't give me a link. Watch this TikTok edit that got 500 plus views from beautiful women and others, all of it. You didn't give me a link. Thanks for the donation.
Imagine it's relatively difficult to trace a causal pathway, but what did we do wrong as a country?
Well, I mean, it doesn't, what I'm about to say is not a shock to anyone. We have a prime minister who is dedicated to an extremely radical ideology. It is just a rehashed socialism that has been discredited again and again and again throughout the ages. And his basically authoritarian socialism has guided him throughout his entire prime ministership. He believes in a state that controls every aspect of your life, your money, your speech, your thought. It controls the economic, all of the industries of the country. And every time that has been tried, it is a complete disaster. So there's no mystery involved. It is the same old disastrous outcome that results from the same old disastrous policies.
Right, that have demonstrated themselves as disastrous.
No, Canada doesn't have term limits, but there are, it is much easier to dethrone a prime minister in Canada versus a president, so it's very easy for early elections to be called, so that kind of counterbalances the issue of having, like, a dictator that can just infinitely be prime minister. Oh my God.
You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit. Fruit that will last, and so that whatever you ask in my name, the Father will give you. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. I give them eternal life, and they will never perish, and no one will snatch them out of my hand. I am the Good Shepherd.
That's great.
Continuously throughout the 20th century.
Exactly.
Okay, so one of the things that I think is particularly striking, I saw Stephen Guilbeault, who's probably the minister in Trudeau's cabinet who's most fervently
he describes himself as a
Canadian
socialist.
economy. Well, this is the thing. So he described himself as a socialist. And so for all you international people listening, Canada has always had a socialist party, and that's the New Democratic Party, the NDP, which is currently run by Jagmeet Singh, who's propping up Trudeau, all his protestations to the contrary. And Canadians have always been, about 20% of Canadians have stably supported the socialists, the NDP in Canada, and that's been true since about 1962 or something, when they first popped up as a federal party. Now, the Liberals, and that's Trudeau's party, have been a centrist party, historically speaking, and they were the home of the classic Liberals, all things considered. And they like to steal good ideas from the left and from the right and chart Canada's course down the middle. The thing about Trudeau's Liberals is they're not Liberals, is they're far left socialists. And they came to power in the guise of Liberals, and that meant that their government was fraudulent, technically speaking, from the beginning, because Guilbeault, for example, obviously should have been a member of the NDP and not the classic traditional Canadian Liberals. But he didn't care, because he knew that had he run for the Socialists, he would have ended up with 20% of the vote, because that's what they always do, and never had any clear pathway to power. Exactly. And so Trudeau brought a bunch of people in who were so radically left that they left the NDP in the dust, essentially. And they've been running the country on false pretenses for 9 years. And if you ally that with the fact that Trudeau is clearly he clearly has narcissistic personality characteristics and runs the country.
Well, let's first of all shed a brief tear for Jagmeet Singh, because the problem he has is that he's trying to be an NDP leader, and we already have an NDP prime minister. I mean, Justin Trudeau is he's actually much more radical than the traditional NDP.
As the NDP themselves admit, the previous leaders of the NDP.
Yes, he attacked the NDP Trudeau attacked the NDP for being too conservative.
Yep.
But because he had the comfortable blanket of the Liberal Party, which governed for most of the last century, people didn't realize what kind of radical they were dealing with. Yeah. The second problem Jagmeet Singh has is that all of his political ideology is implemented now. So, and we're seeing it. Like, people look around and say, okay, this is what it looks like. The utopia the NDP has been spinning in the corner of Parliament. They told us everything was going to be free and wonderful and just, and there would be
racial equity.
There would be, there would be unicorns and butterflies and rainbows, and this would be the utopia. Well, now that all of their policy agenda, all of their agenda is implemented, and people look around and it's a hellscape. We have 1,400 homeless encampments in Ontario, 35 in Halifax. We have hate crimes are up 253% in the last 9 years. The military is decimated. Wages are dropping. Like, it's the list goes on. And so Jagmeet Singh is trying to disown that ideology, even though that it belongs to him. And he's trying to unsuccessfully to convince people that he's somehow different than that, when in fact Trudeau has only been doing what Singh would have done in his place. And so it is a classic for socialists. What they try to do is change their names and move on, try to have everyone forget their past. And when I say that socialists changed their names, I mean, they were communists, and then they became socialist, and then they became social democrats, and then they stole the word liberal, and then they ruined that word, so they changed their name to progressives, and then they changed their name to woke, and now they claim they don't want to be called woke anymore. The socialists always try to disown the things they've done because it's manifestly disastrous, and that is what Singh is trying to do, while simultaneously keeping Trudeau's government going. He voted just a couple of weeks ago against a non-confidence motion that I put forward, which contains Singh's own criticisms of Trudeau in Singh's own words. So he voted against his own words to keep Trudeau in power. But I will remind people.
How do you account for that from a motivational perspective? I mean, the scuttlebutt in the Canadian press is that Singh...
Yeah, wasn't it so that he could keep his pension?
...is propping up the government for personal reasons, say, regarding his pension. Now, you're making a much more political case. But what I can't understand how he can reconcile himself to himself, because what he does is so at odds with what he says that it couldn't be more different. Like, if he allied him... The other thing I can't figure out, maybe you can shed some...
Jagmeet Singh is basically like Hassan. It's just a virtue signaling dickhead. The guy, he's called the Maserati Marxist. The guy has an $80 million net worth, and then he pretends to be a socialist.
Right on this is when Singh agreed to act as Trudeau's support, why the hell didn't he negotiate a cabinet seat? I mean, why didn't he make it into a formal coalition? I know that's not a traditional Canadian move, but it could happen. And so he sold his soul to Trudeau, fundamentally, decimated his own party, and gained nothing in return, including what he could have gained had he bargained properly. That's how it looks to me. And what do you think about that?
I mean, he's not a very good negotiator, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And what we are seeing is all of these egomaniacs in both the NDP and what we now call the Liberal Party are turning on each other because they all want to disown their collective record. All of them want to say, I wasn't part of this. And whether it's the outgoing finance minister Freeland, or Mark Carney, who's been writing the financial plan behind the scenes, or Jagmeet Singh, they're all trying to say, I wasn't there, I wasn't part of it, I'm something completely different than what you see. And that is just an illustration of how much of a disaster their agenda has been. And I think that's why we're doing so well, and we're going to defeat them, and Canadians will give me a mandate to take the country in a completely opposite direction.
Okay, so what do you see on the horizon in the upcoming year? I want to talk about two things. What do you think is going to unfold, well, even in January, I mean, once Parliament reconvenes, and what you expect from Trudeau in terms of his political action, then what you expect as the Liberal Party tries to reformulate itself. I can't imagine a scenario, not really, where Trudeau leads the Liberals into the next election. That seems to me highly improbable. It wouldn't surprise me if he has to be removed kicking and screaming, so to speak. But I'd like to hear your thoughts on what are Canadians to expect in the upcoming months.
So Parliament's back in late January. It'll take some weeks to actually get a non-confidence vote onto the floor of the House of Commons. Then we'll see if Jagmeet Singh's latest promise of voting non-confidence was as insincere as his prior commitments to that effect.
When does his pension kick in?
In February. So he's now, basically, he said yesterday that he would put forward a non-confidence motion at the earliest opportunity. Well, that's likely to be March, which is...
Oh, that's convenient. Okay, right, so that problem's off. So really, right. so March is the earliest, as far as you can see, that election could be called.
Singh will not vote non-confidence before he gets his pension, or at least he will not vote non-confidence in a way that sees the election happen before his pension kicks in. So we won't have an election before very late winter, early spring. Then there's the possibility that the Trudeau resigns and then goes to the...
Yeah, it could happen as early as February. The earlier the better.
Governor General says we need to shut down Parliament while the Liberal Party then chooses a new replacement, a Trudeau 2.0. And so there would be a leadership race. God knows how long that would drag on for.
You think approximately in March, no earlier than March as far as you can foresee?
Yeah, probably. And during which time we'd continue to flounder and twist in the wind. And by the way...
Knucking Figures donated $2. Let me see. This is the free speech platform, so feel free to say whatever you want. Unless it's illegal, it won't be taken down. Yeah. We all know that's a lie. Free speech doesn't mean paid speech. Exactly, the First Amendment is protection for free speech. Yeah, right. I see things starting to change gradually. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh shit, oh god, oh shit. Bernie Sanders is right, Elon Trump are wrong. Yeah. I actually have been turned around with the H-1B. I'm not in principle against H-1B visas, but there has to be reform with the H-1B visa program. Alright, well thanks for the donation, Knucking Figures. Okay, I was gonna wrap up soon anyway, but I also have to take a piss and a shit really bad. But it's late. I also have to do a lot of shit tomorrow. My mom's coming over and gonna hang out and stuff. But, I should be on tomorrow night. There might be a possibility that I'm not on tomorrow night because my mom's coming over, so I might just end up spending time with her all day. So we'll see, but I'll try to be on tomorrow night. Might be later, like 8, 10, something like that, but we'll see. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I gotta take a shit and piss really bad. Take care.